That goes off of Benson high in the zone. Now a race here for a free puck and an open net. Doan reaching for it. Comes up with it. Doan to Benson. Scores! That is teammate personified right there between Doan and Benson. And the Sabres with a 5-3 lead and 1:15 remaining in the third period.
The Sabres rally to defeat the Rangers last night 5-3. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, Alex Tuck scored a goal. Zack Benson scored 2. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 3 goals on 20 shots against as well. It's a quick turnaround. They're back in action tonight, hosting the Blue Jackets. Face-off set for 7 o'clock. Pre-game at 6 right here on WGR. Some news around the NFL. The Texans exercised the 5th-year option for edge rusher Will Anderson and quarterback C.J. Stroud. The Falcons signed right tackle Jawan Taylor, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year, $5 million contract. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports Texas A&M wide receiver KC Concepcion is visiting with the Browns, and ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson could be an early day 2 pick in the 2026 draft. Tradition unlike any other gets underway today in Augusta, Georgia, with the first tee time of the Masters scheduled for 7:40 this morning. Enter for a chance to win a trip to the night before the draft in Pittsburgh, April 22nd. It's an all-star, invite-only concert starring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet, just days before Jason's new album, Songs About Us, drops April 24th. Enter the national contest at Odyssey.com/the-night-before. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Did not think we'd be opening the show talking about a win after the way that game was going last night. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off today. Joe Cali, Owen Parker. It's going to be 50 today. The Sabres won again, and they are back in first place in the Atlantic Division. Good morning to the bullpen. Saw we reached 20,000 subscribers on YouTube, by the way. That happened overnight or this morning?
It was overnight. We hit 20,000. So thanks
Awesome.
to all you out there for clicking that subscribe button on YouTube. It's pretty cool. We started this a little over a year ago, and we got to a good spot already. So we love it.
Last January, right?
Yep. Yeah, it was our.
Were the playoffs
first
still
few
going
shows.
on?
They were. We were
For the
still
Bills
in.
playoffs.
Yeah. We were in the playoffs for the Bills. I remember I came in and streamed the pregame for the Chiefs playoff game. It was a whole, that was the start of it.
I love that without thinking, I felt the need to clarify that it was Bills playoffs.
Right.
Love
not
that.
Sabres playoffs.
Didn't even think about it. Just like, the Bills playoffs, by the way. Because we make the playoffs everywhere around
Exactly.
here. Bandits are making the playoffs. Amerks are going to make the playoffs. Sabres are, of course, making the playoffs. Well, a lot to get to from last night's game and on tonight. I mean, they're right back at it. They're in action against a desperate Blue Jackets team, and there's a Montreal-Tampa game tonight that is really interesting. The rooting interest in that one might not be as hardcore because you can't really get a great result out of that game, but we'll talk about the implications, the odds. The Sabres this morning are the betting favorite to win the Atlantic Division for the first time all season. I think there have been moments where, whether it's at Money Puck or Evolving Hockey or HockeyStats.com, like some of these advanced stat sites, they have been the favorite. But
Right.
you've never been able to bet the Lightning as an underdog
Yeah.
to win the division. And right now, you open it up this morning, and the Sabres' odds are slightly better than Tampa's. Montreal's is actually a big step below. That's because of the tiebreaker stuff, and they kind of need one more point than the others do. But on last night, so a lot to get to. We'll have, by the way, the Masters starts this morning. 7:40 is the first tee time, and all that'll be like ESPN Plus until the afternoon when it gets rolling on TV. We'll have Brian Koziel around 7:30. Brian's actually flying back from vacation.
Yeah.
So he's got us in the middle of a window between flights. So he's got a good amount of time there, but you know how flights work these days.
Right.
So tentative on 7:30. We're going to have Brian on, and we'll get some Sabres in with him as well. But the Masters starts this morning, and that means we'll have the green carpet later on. No Jeremy, but we're still doing the green carpet.
Got to.
Jason Day has got a look ready for today. He looks
sure of it.
like a fly fisherman. The way that it's set up. We'll see what it looks like when he's wearing it. Or if Augusta even lets him wear it.
Right. That was the story last year, was they made him take off a sweater.
I was listening to Brian with Chopin Bulldog yesterday. They do their Masters bet or their Majors bet. And Mike picked Day as his last guy, like the long shot pick. And my first thought was, isn't he risky in Augusta, like throwing him off the course for the things he's wearing?
Right. It's definitely a factor for him.
Yeah, that's a scary place to be, making that a big pick, a big leg there.
I like the player a lot, but don't get thrown off your game because Fred Ridley comes to yell at you.
There's some fun betting odds on the Masters, too. Like, will someone pee in a creek again this year?
Should we throw a parlay together?
Super Bowl-style prop bets. A parlay, starting with that. I think it was like plus $1 million because they're not going to let that happen again after the guy did it last year.
Yeah, it seems like a
I don't remember
helicopter
his name.
would come scoop you up before that is allowed to be happened again.
Yeah. So on last night's Sabres game, though, we'll get to the golf. We'll also have a Blue Jackets guest, Aaron Portsline, at 9 o'clock. Let's see if we can fit Paul in along the way. He's flying in, too. Guys, people are flying in and out. And on their way back from New York, Buffalo tonight, at home against the Blue Jackets. So last night, have they played a worse 40 minutes to start that game all year? Like, they were winning 2-0, and even then feels a little lucky that they're winning 2-0. They were just turning the puck over at will. So I felt really down, like, this is not going to go well. They better come out with their hair on fire in the third period. I'm like, if I'm Lindy, I am throwing things in the locker room in that intermission. They are playing so sloppy and so careless. But, man, the flip switch theory, the idea that if you are a good team, that you know how to flip that switch back on whenever you feel the need to. They did it against Tampa the other night, and for a period, they did it last night because it was complete 180. Like, as unimpressive as they were in the first 40 minutes, they were unbelievable in the third. They did not allow the Rangers a shot on goal at 5-on-5 in the third period. I don't think they got a shot until they had pulled the goalie.
The third periods, the last two games, should give you the most confidence about their ability to do what they have to do to win at any time of year of anything you've seen this season, I think. It's crunch time, and like that ability to lock it down like that is massive in the playoffs, because that is you get a lead, and that is where you got to go. And that is the game you got to play. And if they get more and more reps and prove to themselves over and over again that they can do it, then they're going to have more and more confidence in those spots. And that's huge. So I loved seeing that last night. I thought they were super sloppy for the first period. I mean, there was a power giveaway. There was a Timmins giveaway, I believe, that were just...
Samuelson had a bad one.
Samuelson, just pizza deliveries right up the middle. UPL bailed them out a few times, and that was definitely frustrating. I thought they were buzzing offensively in the first a pretty
when they were in the zone.
Right, when they got it in the offensive zone, I thought they were flying around using their speed in that high cycle that we've talked so much about that brings them a lot of success. But they weren't clean. They were sloppy, and I'm sure that was driving Lindy nuts. So I am ready to give them a lot of props for doing what they did in the third period and just shutting it down. I mean, what were shots? 8-1 in the third? It was incredible. They for the second game in a row, showed that they are capable of ending a game, and that is huge.
Yeah. Yeah, they were 8-1 total. At 5-on-5, they were 7-0.
Yeah.
In that third period. Rangers, I mean, they actually, I didn't love the first couple minutes. Like the first 2 minutes, they came out of the period and the Tage line kind of got stuck out in their own end, and the Rangers were flying around. They didn't end up getting a shot on goal, clearly, but they were possessing the puck, and I'm like, this is how you're going to come out? Like, it's going to be flat again in the third? And then I think it was the next shift, or maybe it was there might have been a shift by the fourth line. Kozak, Malenstein, they were running around. Pearson, too. Pearson, by the way, like every time you just plug him on the fourth line, I feel like it looks really good.
Yeah, he's been just effective. And that's all you need there.
And fans might forget he's on the team.
Who's
70?
Right. It's crazy. I like what he does though. Like it's consistent and it's responsible and it's you know a solid playoff proven veteran.
I just this is kind of a, not to get too off tangent because this isn't like a main story of the game, but when I'm watching these games and I'm thinking about the depths of the roster, and it's Pearson last night or it's Kesselring last night, two guys that are getting plugged in, and the first thing I'm noticing about you is, can you move?
Yes.
Can you skate? Like Pearson is not a small guy, like he's 6'1", like he's perfectly
heavy,
average winger, like veteran guy, but he's moving up and down the ice. I'm watching Kesselring they got trapped in their own end early in the game, and they're in danger, and he grabs the puck in his own corner, and it's like 2 strides, bam, he's ahead of the forward, skates it out, and I don't think he ended up getting it to someone in neutral zone, but he got it out of the zone, and they were able to make a change. And I'm thinking, like, that's a play Stanley and Shen are not making. Like, they're not getting to the spot that Kesselring gets to clear the danger. And I don't know if I love Kesselring earlier on that shift, but I like that play.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. It's when they can skate, I feel a lot better about the guys at the bottom of their roster.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the story of last night's game, but those were little things that I was looking at along the way.
No, I think that the third pair, what they look like, is definitely something that people are interested in, and I think they were.
Well, they didn't really do a third pair last night,
right?
Right?
It was the mix-in, sort of jumble up the pairs. Kesselring, Power, Dahlin, Timmins, just in a blender all night, which is.
Do we like that? In one way, it does insulate your third pair guys a bit, because
for sure,
this is actually something I was looking yesterday after the show at Kesselring and his numbers on the year, and I'm looking and I'm seeing like they're even on shots when he's on the ice this year, and he's got the fourth best expected goals for percentage of any Sabres defenseman on the team, well above any other third pair guy, and scoring chances look good. I'm like, what's going on here? What?
Right?
Why? With him, do my eyes tell a totally different story? Because I had not liked him all year, and nobody did. Like, he had been playing through injury, and everyone knew he wasn't right. And Lindy clearly didn't like him because he didn't play for a month, and he had no points. Right, like 29 points playing on a third pair in Utah last year it's nothing to sneeze at.
No.
And this year, no goals, 2 assists. What's happening here? Why are some of those deeper numbers looking really good? And then you look at who he's played with. And who are the top 4 guys he's played with on the year? By a very high percentage. Power, Byram, Samuelson, Dahlin. His 4 most common defense partners on the year are the top 4 guys. Metsa he's played a minute with this year. Timmins he's played 2 minutes with this year. He has not really played on a third pair. Kesselring all year, when he's in the lineup, that's what happens. And I don't know why that's more true with him. Maybe it's the him and Metza thing, both righties,
Right.
and they've often been in the lineup together.
Lindy does not like having guys on the wrong side. He likes having the handedness that the right hand shot D in the right slot. It's just what he likes to do. It makes sense. It functionally is better for the defenseman going back there. Retrievals, all that stuff is easier. Your forehand's facing the middle of the ice. That's the reasoning behind that. So that's just what he does. He can't allow a guy to go out there on the wrong side. And I think that's just part of his makeup as a coach. And that could be good or bad. There are guys that can handle playing on their offside, and it's good. And it's an asset because that guy can move around. But he's just not a coach willing to take that chance. He thinks it's just more important to have right, left everywhere. So
But he's got a situation in his top four where they're so talented
that it's fine.
that you're going to be fine doing it.
Exactly.
But
but like for lower pairing D, it's just not what he wants to see. And I'm sure it's frustrating for guys like Kesselring or even the top four who get their pairs blown up when they get a guy in the lineup. You like when you're with a guy. I mean, Dahlin and Samuelsson clearly love playing with one another. They work well. They know what it's going to be, and it's good. I think it can be a little touchy when that's thrown into chaos.
I was trying to figure out like how they really do it last night, and I think from what I can tell, it's less of everything's getting thrown up in the air and you're just kind of mixing it all together. And it almost more looks like, to me, like Dahlin and Samuelsson are still partners on a night like last night, but one of them, they're going to take turns getting double shifted with Kesselring. So this shift, you're going to play with Samuelsson, your normal rotation, but you're going to take Timmins next turn. Basically is the way that it kind of looks.
Yeah, it's the next shift after. So you go out there, you play your shift, you get on the bench. There's another pair comes out. Now the next pair, one of you guys is down, one of you is with Kesselring, or one of you is with Timmins.
Right.
And it's just we'll roll through like that. It is nice to get those guys a little bit more rest, of course. Like those guys, the top four with Power, Dahlin, Byram, Power, play a ton. And that can be a load. So getting them rotated in, some shifts off is not a bad thing, but it is hard to find a groove in that way. But I think the way you're describing it, which I think is the right way that they're doing it, gives them the best chance at doing that because you're still getting a regular shift.
Yeah. Ryan McLeod scored a goal last night.
Yes, he did.
He shot a puck and beat a good goaltender clean.
I bet you that Shesterkin saw him and said he's not shooting. He's just never going to shoot it.
Is that possible? I got to look at the goal again. Was it possible to think there was another guy driving to the net?
Mm-hmm.
How close was he? That's what I got to find. Like, would it have been a ridiculous pass?
Of course, but that's the kind of thing he's been doing. Right, and if you're a really good goalie like Shesterkin, you know that, and you go, well, I'm going to trust that he's going to. If he's going to shoot it, it's going to be a pass off the pad. He's going to shoot it low because this guy is just not firing pucks at the net trying to score goals. It's just not what he's doing. And
I want to say you're probably right because maybe even Shesterkin doesn't fully know how covered or uncovered the guy that's kind of off to the side of his vision is. Like he's squared up with McLeod. Like he might not know to the full extent what the coverage is off to his right. It would have been the pass he made the other night to Zucker where he threw it into his belly on the 2-on-1. I'm telling you, if he had tried to pass this puck instead of shooting it, it would have been his worst pass of the season.
Lindy might have ripped his head off on the bench if he tried to pass it. But it's the kind of thing he's been doing a lot of. So good on him for breaking the pattern and beating a top 3 goalie on the planet with a pretty bad shot, frankly. It beats him through the blocker arm. Like, it's a horrible goal by Shesterkin, but it's because he was reading the player, and he knows who the player is coming down on him.
That's a bad goal? Like, that's a tough spot, though, isn't it? Like, was it...
No, that's
not between the pad and the blocker?
Inside, so anything through you Boucher said this on the broadcast. Anything through you like that is a bad goal, almost no matter what the situation is leading up to it. If you could be through your arm, through your 5-hole, it means you got to the spot and you were there and you just didn't seal. And that is your fault. No matter what. Any goal my goalies give up when I'm coaching them, if it gets through you, that's on you. You should have stopped that puck. If McLeod beats him, just over the pad inside the posting in, very different goal. But this gets him underneath the armpit, and it's just like, oh.
Yeah, and it's the middle of the net.
Exactly. It's not a posting in snipe.
Yeah,
it's
that's fair.
I'm throwing this at the net because I don't do that, and my coach has been screaming at me to do it. And I just got lucky because this guy didn't think I was ever going to do it.
Right. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's not even near the post.
No.
It is square in the middle of the net when it goes in through Shesterkin. So they get the win. They come back. I mean, did anybody think? Did you have any confidence that they were gonna just flip the switch in the third period? I guess I wanted to believe they could do it. It was so bad in the first two periods. The second period especially, right? Like second period was worse than the first period.
Yeah.
And special teams were looking really, really poor. And listen, the Rangers, I don't know what was going on with them. Like going into the third period, I was thinking the same thing that like they mentioned on the TNT broadcast, which is, listen, they might be in last place and really playing for nothing, but they've won 5 of 6.
Right.
Like something they're doing lately
is working.
Has been working. They beat the Capitals like 8-1 the other night. They beat the Red Wings when they were desperate 4-1. Like they're smoking teams. Their wins in their last 6 games, the Rangers, were 6-1, 3-1, 4-1, 4-1, 8-1. Like they had been rocking teams. I don't know why. I mean, they've got some talent.
Yeah.
So, like, Fox is there, Shesterkin, and
great goalie, just still do win games too, but they're scoring. So
there is that. But it's still, it's like it should never look that bad in the second period. So I did not think they were going to be able to turn it on like they did. And, man, credit to them for doing it. The Krebs play, Tuck's in front of the net. I feel like that really jump-started the rest of the game.
For sure.
I mean, they could have scored. They scored one more goal before the empty netter. I feel like they could have scored 3 more.
Yeah. I thought they have been good at this all year, even in games where they don't really have it all the way. They hang around and give themselves a look at it. And so going into that third, I was, they're not playing well, but all they need is a good period, and they're good, and they win. And I thought that there was a decent chance that they would do that. I didn't know that it was going to happen. I didn't have the same sort of confidence that I do if they had been, playing back in the streak. But this game, I thought, you've got a chance here. You've done the work to keep yourself in it. Your goalie's helped you out. Mm-hmm. Take advantage. So I was optimistic heading into the third. I wasn't expecting a win, but I was thinking that it was certainly possible, if not just because of how they played against Tampa the other night. They showed that they could do whatever they needed to do, and I thought they did the same thing again.
Yeah. They get the win, 2 points. And now it is Columbus, first place in the division. Last night, I mean, I feel like if they don't win that game, division's over.
Yeah.
Like, it's not officially over. I saw at Money Puck that the difference, there was a lot on the line last night for the Atlantic. A regulation win meant 53% to win the division, and a regulation loss, I think, was down to 14.
Yeah, wow.
Like just a huge underdog, even though you still would have been tied. It's not just that you have one fewer game. It is also tonight, one of Montreal or Tampa are guaranteed to jump above you.
That's the I think, the killer.
And if the game goes overtime, both of them would have jumped above you. So, like I said yesterday, or thought yesterday, that I would have taken 6 out of 8 points in the final 4 games, but only if I'm getting the 3 wins in regulation. Like, to get me to sign on the dotted line would you take 6 out of 8 points? I would ask, are they regulation wins? Because if they're not, even one of them aren't, I think I'm going to be hesitant to say yes. But if you give me 3, that gives me the tiebreaker over Tampa in most outcomes. Because then, mean, one Lightning game goes to overtime, and they lose one other, and I'm the division champion. Like, my margin for error is just a lot better if I can get the regulation wins. That really might be what this comes down to, because that's why Montreal this morning is plus 500. And the Sabres and the Lightning are both like minus 100 and plus 130. Like, right now, the betting odds would tell you, like, this is probably going to be the Sabres or the Lightning.
Yeah.
And that is because of the regulation wins tiebreaker. And after winning last night, man, not only to come back in that game, but to win it before you get to overtime was big. Because now I'm up by 1. I'm up by 2 points, but I'm up by 1 in regulation wins over the Lightning. So they go to overtime tonight. They can win the game. I mean, I'm hoping that doesn't happen because Montreal will get a point. But
Yeah.
if they go to overtime tonight, Sabres are in first place tomorrow morning. Doesn't even matter who wins. They will have that tiebreaker if this game goes to overtime tonight between Montreal and Tampa Bay. So that's going to be key. It also sets up for maybe some nonsense on the last day of the season where if one team is up on the other, it could be either way. If the Sabres are up by 1 in regulation wins and Tampa knows we got to win this last game in regulation, that gets you to where, like, you pull the goalie when you're tied in a game before overtime. So that tiebreaker could become really important as it's this close.
Yeah, that is a massive piece of that win last night was the regulation aspect. I'm definitely glad that they were able to sort of close that out and get on top.
And for the Sabres, it's even more important because they're behind on the next tiebreaker. So if you tie Tampa in regulation wins, now it goes to regulation and overtime, and you're down by 1 against the Lightning there. And I don't really think it's possible you could make that up without making up the regulation win piece. Like that's unlikely. So that was key last night against the Rangers. 1 road game left, 2 home games left, and then it is the end of the season. Blue Jackets tonight. I got some trivia from last night stemming from Alex Tuck's goal and a certain skill trait that he's a lead at that just kind of flown under the radar with Tuck, tipping the puck. He's like the best in hockey over the last 2 years. And I don't really think of him as that type of player, but there's another one last night, standing in front, tipping the Krebs goal in, and the Sabres get the win. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought on last night's game. And also, if you've got a reason for rooting one way or the other tonight on the Lightning Canadiens game, who are you rooting for? Give me a call on anything on the sort at 803-0550. Brian at 7:30. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Hey, it's Sneaky Joe here from the Men.
That goes off of Benson high in the zone. Now a race here for a free puck and an open net. Doan reaching for it. Comes up with it. Doan to Benson. Scores. That is teammate personified right there between Doan and Benson. And the Sabres with a 5-3 lead and 1:15 remaining in the third period.
The Sabres rallied to beat the Rangers last night 5-3. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, Alex Tuck, they scored goals. Zack Benson scored 2, including that empty netter there. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 3 goals on 20 shots against. They're now in sole possession of first place in the Atlantic Division. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight, hosting the Blue Jackets with face-off set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, the Texans exercised the fifth-year option for edge rusher Will Anderson and quarterback C.J. Stroud. The Falcons signed right tackle Jawan Taylor, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year, $5 million deal. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion is visiting with the Browns, and ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson could be an early day 2 pick in the 2026 draft. Coming up soon. A tradition unlike any other gets underway today in Augusta, Georgia, with the first tee time of the Masters scheduled for 7:40. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Visit WGR550.com for all the details. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
And the puck goes to the far wall for Thompson. Spins it back. Peyton Krebs draws it back, scores! That may have been deflected by Alex Tuck. The Sabres have tied the game at 3 with 14:09 remaining here in period number 3.
It's one of your first moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Wearing shorts today. Shorts report. Am I alone?
No, I've got shorts on.
You guys know my feelings on this topic. I can't make the transition to shorts
What
until...
was it? A couple weeks ago, though, you said you almost broke your own rule.
I almost did.
Like last week or something.
Yeah, but I didn't. It was I saw too much cold.
We were close. We almost had them.
Is there a formula behind this? Do you need like a certain amount of days in a row at a certain time? Because we had a day at 70 the other day.
We did.
That's right.
But you would have known there's a 20-degree day coming.
Correct. It's really a vibes-based process.
Okay.
There will be a day where it comes and it's like, oh, all right, it's shorts day, and now shorts are in the rotation, and we're in.
Would you do short sleeves with pants?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Just the shorts aren't the only option.
Yeah, no, no shorts.
I think one way you could do it is at the first scent of mulch. It's time to break the shorts out. But the problem is yesterday, I mean, this was an experience that I don't think should be allowed. Is I walk out of here yesterday after the show, and I am hit by a combination of things that, again, should not exist together. I'm smacked in the face with the scent of freshly placed mulch and a whipping wind with a 10-mile-per-hour with a 10-degree wind chill.
Yeah,
right.
It's not great.
You could see
Like
your
an Arctic
breath
blast
while smelling
and mulch.
Yeah, you should have seen the mulch yesterday. It was right outside this window I have here, steaming. It was steaming out there.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's freezing.
Yeah.
It was freezing.
If the mulch is steaming, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Don't put the
two
mulch
days ago.
down.
This might have been 2 days ago for me. Was this yesterday?
No,
yesterday.
Yeah,
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. It was cold in the morning, and it got warm.
It was
later
freezing
day.
in the morning, and then it
Ended up getting around 50 later in the day.
It's Jeremy and Joe. Sabres get the win last night over the New York Rangers, and that goal there. I mean, really, all the goals last night were impressive to their own degree. I mean, the empty netter is like great teamwork or teammate moment, right? And also sets up a really funny moment. We'll play the clip later. Jason Zucker saying on TNT he would not have passed it because it was Zack Benson.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Benson, I just would love to just get a camera on him for 24 hours just to see, like, all of it. Like, the experience of him on the ice in a game, driving the other team mad, There were a couple of moments last night where that happened, and there he is, by the way, getting a goal. All he does is win battles against 6'3" defensemen.
It's
Just
incredible.
all this guy does. And then at the same time, his teammates think he's like an idiot. Like in a funny way, like in a joking way. Tage said it on a podcast, and Zucker saying it yesterday. Like, he's just like the butt. Everyone likes to rag on him, but that's got to be for a reason.
Because everybody likes him. That's why.
Sure.
You rag on a guy like that because you love him. Because he's such a character and he's such a sort of a dynamo that you know it's going to be fun every day with him. There are guys on like that on every team, and they're the most popular guy on the team. They'll get hit and everybody will make fun of him more than anybody else, but that guy is loved in that locker room because they know what he does for them. And they know of the person he is. We don't know as much of that. I think we get glimpses of it. But I think based on what we see on the ice and the little pieces we get of what he sounds like and talks like, he's a very lovable, charismatic, just magnetic personality. And I think that draws that out of guys. And it makes it really fun. And I think that really matters for a hockey team. It matters more than you think it does. That locker room vibe brings more success than you would want to give it credit for. And that's why everybody that's yelling, there's this kind of great schism happening right now with the GM searches, like analytics versus hockey guys. Mm-hmm. Keith Pelly's talking about wanting somebody that does analytics, and everybody's yelling about that. The thing that the people that don't like analytics people want them to understand is what that is, what Benson represents. He is both lovable as an analytics darling.
I was going to say, he's also an insane analytics player.
But he's also brings this energy and this intangible factor that I think needs to be acknowledged. That he brings a level of almost joy to the game for these guys that makes it easier for them to win. Truly.
Isn't there with him also, though, a little bit of almost an overlap there? That he does some things in the game that do show up in those numbers that also players would know, and like this would be what makes him lovable, is maybe his size too helps. But there are things he does on the ice that don't just show up in goals and assists that makes him like that guy. I'll do anything for that guy on the ice because of these plays that he's making and the willingness that he has to do these certain things.
Right, it is. It's the effort plays that convert into lower shots against share on the ice when you're out there. It's like that stuff is all strung together. And that is why I think some of the analytics people, when they talk about players like a Corey Perry, are like, well, he's no good. He's not going to help you. And that is true in many ways on the ice, but there's also the Corey Perry stuff that isn't going to show up after the whistles, blah, blah, blah. Like, there are players who are purely that, and there are guys like Benson that we're talking about that blend those two things together in a really meaningful way. And those are, I think, the most impactful players in the game.
I think Zucker, by the way, in terms of vibes, is those are those the top two guys? Who are the top level vibes guys? Those are top two?
Yeah, Byram is up there. I think they talk about him being a
Byram,
really funny person in the locker room.
He had a funny moment yesterday in the game. I don't know who it was on the Rangers or why he did it, but 3 seconds after the buzzer sounded at the end of the first period, this guy in the Rangers tries to take a run at Byram, and then he sidesteps him, and the guy goes down on his own, and Byram takes his stick and is tapping him on the head, hey, good job there, bud.
Yeah.
And the Rangers did not like that.
No.
It reminds you of that Barnaby, the fight we were talking about, and where he gets his armpit tickled by the stick and he gets up like a man possessed. Yeah. Byram with some antics there.
Yeah. It was a fun game at times. It wasn't fun for some other periods in the first two periods. One thing that they have not really improved as the year has gone on, but I think they certainly made a change last night. I asked Lindy Ruff on Tuesday about their 5-on-3 power play. They had gone, it was about 9 minutes this year on the 5-on-3, no goals scored. And last night they get 56 seconds on the 5-on-3. Lindy had said that was something that they were focusing on. They were working on it and looking at a couple of different things. Did you notice what they tried to do yesterday?
I thought there was a little more sort of rover action, but I didn't notice anything specifically. I'm curious what you noticed.
Darlene was down low on the goal line, the low bumper, and not at the point, which you never see him low like that unless it's by accident.
In the flow of their high cycle sort of thing.
This was purposeful. It was, we get set up. Okay, Darlene, you go down low. Get down there. And they were trying to work a pass from him either to the front of the net to Zucker or across. Like they were, it's almost like their quarterback point was now down low. They were trying to work everything from there instead of where you would more typically work things from, which is either higher up the wall or at the point. And it didn't really work, but we didn't get a long look at it because they only had like 20 seconds set up in the zone.
You put it perfectly, where all they did was shifted the quarterback position on the power play, which is typically up at the top on the blue line. They moved it from there down to the goal line.
Yes.
So it shifts the whole ice and changes how you have to defend, because now you're looking up the ice at the play, and you can make quick passes that go, instead of east to west, north, south, back at the net. And that can be really dangerous depending on how well you can place those passes and hammer those shots.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that little look. I noticed the same thing. That's why I said the rover thing. I wasn't sure if you had something different, but I was really excited that they wanted to try something that different with him. Because Darlene is absolutely capable of playing in that sort of position. He's so smart, and he's such a great passer. He can move the puck from down there, and it could really open some stuff up for them. I'm curious to see if they go back to that. Even maybe rotating him in down there 5-on-4.
Yeah, maybe.
To see, can we throw a PK off here with moving him down, and maybe Tage is up at the point. And then you've got, if Darlene's got to look up to the flanker, it's a quick 1-2 one-timer from Tage from the very top. That could be hot.
Yeah.
So there's room to play.
It was very interesting what they did. I still don't think they really got a scoring chance off it.
No, but they were
great,
developing looks, sort of. They were looking to sort of rope-a-dope almost, and waiting for that lane to open up, and they didn't have enough time to get it there.
Right. Well, they didn't score there. They get their goals in the third period, though, and I said in the first segment, I would have felt really down about any shot of winning the division if they had not pulled off that game last night. We'll get to Sabres and Blue Jackets. We'll get Paul in coming up at 7 o'clock. I've got some trivia on the team as well. And what did you think of the third pair guys? They didn't really play together, but Timmins, Kesselring, that's been an evolving conversation for Sabre fans on who they want back there. And I think many want Kesselring. And he played last night. There you go. First game, first look at him in about a month. What did we think? We'll touch on that a little bit when we return here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. When I'm watching these games and I'm thinking about the depths of the roster, and it's Pearson last night or it's Kesselring last night, two guys that are getting plugged in, and the first thing I'm noticing about you is, can you move?
Yes.
Can you skate? Like, Pearson is not a small guy. Like, he's 6'1". Like, he's perfectly average winger, like veteran guy, but he's moving up and down the ice. I'm watching Kesselring they got trapped in their own end early in the game, and they're in danger, and he grabs the puck in his own corner, and it's like 2 strides, bam, he's ahead of the forward, skates it out, and I don't think he ended up getting it to someone in neutral zone, but he got it out of the zone, and they were able to make a change. And I'm thinking, that's a play Stanley and Shen are not making. They're not getting to the spot that Kesselring gets to clear the danger. And I don't know if I love Kesselring earlier on that shift, but I like that play.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. It's when they can skate, I feel a lot better about the guys at the bottom of their roster.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the story of last night's game, but those were little things that I was looking at along the way. So last night, have they played a worse 40 minutes to start that game all year? Like, they were winning 2-0, and even then feels a little lucky that they're winning 2-0. They were just turning the puck over at will. So I felt really down, like, this is not going to go well. They better come out with their hair on fire in the third period. I'm like, if I'm Lindy, I am throwing things in the locker room in that intermission. They are playing so sloppy and so careless. But, man, the flip switch theory, the idea that if you are a good team, that you know how to flip that switch back on whenever you feel the need to. They did it against Tampa the other night, and for a period, they did it last night because it was complete 180. Like, as unimpressive as they were in the first 40 minutes, they were unbelievable in the third. They did not allow the Rangers a shot on goal at 5-on-5 in the third period. Mm-hmm. I don't think they got a shot until they had pulled the goalie.
The third periods, the last two games, should give you the most confidence about their ability to do what they have to do to win at any time of year of anything you've seen this season, I think. It's crunch time, and like that ability to lock it down like that is massive in the playoffs, because that is you get a lead, and that is where you got to go. And that is the game you got to play. And if they get more and more reps and prove to themselves over and over again that they can do it, then they're going to have more and more confidence in those spots. And that's huge. So I loved seeing that last night. I thought they were super sloppy for the first period. I mean, there was a power giveaway. There was a Timmins giveaway, I believe, that were just...
Samuelson had a bad one.
Samuelson, just pizza deliveries right up the middle. UPL bailed them out a few times, and that was definitely frustrating. I thought they were buzzing offensively in the first. A pretty,
when they were in the zone.
Right. When they got it in the offensive zone, I thought they were flying around using their speed in that high cycle that we've talked so much about that brings them a lot of success. But they weren't clean. They were sloppy, and I'm sure that was driving Lindy nuts. So I am ready to give them a lot of props for doing what they did in the third period and just shutting it down. I mean, what were shots? 8-1 in the third? It was incredible. They for the second game in a row, showed that they are capable of ending a game, and that is huge.
Did in setting up Benson for the empty net goal. What other part of the game has Josh been for you guys that's been such a great influence?
I was giving him credit. I said just because it was Zack Benson, I wouldn't have passed that. I would have shot that, lift him off, and just put it right in the net. Anybody but Benson, I think, would have gotten it. But no, honestly, Donor is he's a selfless guy.
Jason Zucker on the TNT broadcast last night. Am I alone, by the way, or was the TNT broadcast driving you nuts last night?
Doesn't it always?
Yeah, I struggle
it
with them.
It doesn't normally get me. But last night, for some reason, it might be residual from, honestly, because I did think about this last night. Like, it's the Jack Adams Award stuff.
Yeah.
And it is knowing who votes on it. And I'm thinking, the people I'm listening to, I know it's the Broadcasters Association. I don't know specifically if it's how many of the national broadcast guys it is versus like local TV guys across the league. So I don't know exactly if all of the people you would have heard from yesterday are voting on that. But I'm thinking during the game, like, these are the people that are deciding on that award. And they just sound like they would never, ever vote for the coach of this team. Just the way they talk about the team, the way they talk about the way the team plays, the way they've played lately. Just like these people are not voting for Lindy Ruff.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong on that.
I hope you are too. I typically can't stand them anyways. I think I can't stand Kevin Weeks most of the time. I just think he's maddening to listen to. So I hear you. They can be a frustrating broadcast, no doubt.
And I meant even during the game too.
Oh yeah, all of it.
Both. All right, Paul, when we come back on last night's game, his takeaways, Kesselring back in the lineup, and we'll get some trivia in it as well. Jeremy and Joe here in WGR. So last night, have they played a worse 40 minutes to start that game all year? Like, they were winning 2-0, and even then feels a little lucky that they're winning 2-0. They were just turning the puck over at will. So I felt really down, like, this is not going to go well. They better come out with their hair on fire in the third period. I'm like, if I'm Lindy, I am throwing things in the locker room in that intermission. They are playing so sloppy and so careless. But, man, the flip switch theory, the idea that if you are a good team, that you know how to flip that switch back on whenever you feel the need to. They did it against Tampa the other night, and for a period, they did it last night because it was complete 180. Like, as unimpressive as they were in the first 40 minutes, they were unbelievable in the third. They did not allow the Rangers a shot on goal at 5-on-5 in the third period. I don't think they got a shot until they had pulled the goalie.
The third periods, the last two games, should give you the most confidence about their ability to do what they have to do to win at any time of year of anything you've seen this season, I think. It's crunch time, and like that ability to lock it down like that is massive in the playoffs, because that is you get a lead, and that is where you got to go. And that is the game you got to play. And if they get more and more reps and prove to themselves over and over again that they can do it, then they're going to have more and more confidence in those spots. And that's huge. So I loved seeing that last night. I thought they were super sloppy for the first period. I mean, there was a power giveaway. There was a Timmins giveaway, I believe, that were just...
Samuelson had a bad one.
Samuelson, just pizza deliveries right up the middle. UPL bailed them out a few times, and that was definitely frustrating. I thought they were buzzing offensively in the first. A pretty,
when they were in the zone.
Right. When they got it in the offensive zone, I thought they were flying around using their speed in that high cycle that we've talked so much about that brings them a lot of success. But they weren't clean. They were sloppy, and I'm sure that was driving Lindy nuts. So I am ready to give them a lot of props for doing what they did in the third period and just shutting it down. I mean, what were shots? 8-1 in the third? It was incredible. They for the second game in a row, showed that they are capable of ending a game, and that is huge.
When I'm watching these games, and I'm thinking about the depths of the roster, and it's Pearson last night, or it's Kesselring last night, two guys that are getting plugged in. And the first thing I'm noticing about you is, can you move?
Yes.
Can you skate? Like, Pearson is not a small guy. Like, he's 6'1". Like, he's perfectly
Heavy,
average winger, like, veteran guy. But he's moving up and down the ice. I'm watching Kesselring they got trapped in their own end early in the game, and they're in danger, and he grabs the puck in his own corner, and it's like 2 strides, bam, he's ahead of the forward, skates it out, and I don't think he ended up getting it to someone in neutral zone, but he got it out of the zone, and they were able to make a change. And I'm thinking, like, that's a play Stanley and Shen are not making. Like, they're not getting to the spot that Kesselring gets to clear the danger. And I don't know if I love Kesselring earlier on that shift, but I like that play.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. It's when they can skate, I feel a lot better about the guys at the bottom of their roster.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the story of last night's game, but those were little things that I was looking at along the way.
That goes off of Benson high in the zone. Now a race here for a free puck in an open net. Doan reaching for it. Comes up with it. Doan to Benson. Scores! That is teammate personified right there between Doan and Benson. And the Sabres with a 5-3 lead and 1:15 remaining in the third period.
The Sabres rally to beat the Rangers last night 5-3. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, Alex Tuck, they scored a goal. Zack Benson scored 2, including that empty netter. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 3 goals on 20 shots against as well. They're now in sole possession of first place in the Atlantic Division. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight, hosting the Blue Jackets. Face-off set for 7 o'clock, pregame at 6, right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, the Texans exercised the 5th-year option for edge rusher Will Anderson and quarterback C.J. Stroud. The Falcons signed right tackle Juwan Taylor, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year, $5 million deal. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion is visiting with the Browns as well. A tradition unlike any other gets underway today in Augusta, with the first tee time of the Masters scheduled for 7:40, so later this hour. Enter for a chance to win a trip to the night before the draft in Pittsburgh, April 22nd. It's an all-star invite-only concert starring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet, just days before Jason's new album, Songs About Us, drops April 24th. Enter the national contest at Odyssey.com/the-night-before. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Paul Hamilton.
Guys, how are you?
He keeps the people coming back for more.
My Uber dropped me at the wrong terminal, so I had to wait for a bus.
On WGR.
Sabres win over the Rangers. Paul Hamilton now on the Wester hotline, working his way back to Buffalo for tonight's game. Sabres right back at it against the Blue Jackets. Where were you, Paul? You're between airports? You're still at the New York airport?
I'm in here. I'm at LaGuardia, and actually, I came early because I had no idea what kind of zoo security would be. I was through security in 5 minutes. It was great. Flight's delayed, but which allowed us to be able to visit. But other than that, it's gone very well.
All right. Look, Paul live from LaGuardia. Love it. So, Paul, right into last night's game, I mean, did you think they were going to look like that in the third period after the first 40 minutes? I mean, that seemed to be as poor of a 40 minutes as they've played in a long time. But they also then, were dominant in the third, right? They didn't allow a single shot on goal at 5-on-5.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, one shot the whole period. They scored 3 goals in the third period, including the empty netter, to come back and win the hockey game. Honestly, the second period, I agree. I don't think the first period is quite as bad as many maybe were making it out to be. For a while there, at least, they were getting out well in transition, and which helped them get a couple of goals and using their speed. But then the old nasty turnover bug hit, and that's when it started going the other way, and they were forcing Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen into some really good saves because of it. But for example, Michael Kesselring, his first pass, now he hadn't played in 13 games, was a turnover. It turned into a schmozzle around the net, but I thought as the game went on, he looked better. I actually kind of liked his game as the game went on. I wouldn't say the same for Timmins. He had a very rough night. I considering he hadn't played for a while, he got the yips out early, and, I thought he was a little bit better. But it seems like the Sabres have figured out once again how to hold 1-goal leads and how to do it very well. And they certainly did that in the third period.
That's right. 2 games in a row where they have the lead. They got it eventually, right? About midway through in this third. But 2 third periods in a row, Paul, where, did they give up 2-3 scoring chances total between the two teams? They just really hadn't allowed anything around their goalie.
Yeah, and you mentioned it was basically after the Rangers pulled the goalie. That's when they got their shot, and that's where they got, a few good opportunities. But once again, the Sabres are pretty good at hitting the empty net, and they had a 2-on-0 for an empty net. And look at Josh Doan coming down. A wide open net, nobody around him, and he decides to pass it over to Benson, who taps it in. So he gets his second goal of the game.
Yeah. Paul Hamilton with us on the West Her hotline. You mentioned Kesselring. He goes in, hadn't played in about a month, and that it got better as the game went on. Do you feel like watching him, Paul, that is still the best possible outcome, is him to look good? He's the only one, I think, that's in that mix to be at the bottom of the D that has both the size and the skating, right? Shen, Stanley, we know they're big and physical, but you're losing a little bit of foot speed. Metsa, you can move the puck and there's some skating there, but he's not big. Kesselring's just I feel like I'm hoping that looks good because he's the one guy that has both elements.
He obviously feels better. He went like he was shot out of a cannon one time he was defending. He was kind of out of the play. All of a sudden, I saw him coming like a bolt, and he got back and made the play in front of the net. I go, that's the guy I saw in the World Championships and playing for Utah. And I would just say to the fans again, don't give up on this guy. Next year, if he comes to camp and he's healthy and everything, this is a good hockey player. He's had a rough time with injuries. He's never really had to deal with injuries before, and he's still not fully healthy. He said there was one injury that's going to nag him probably for the rest of the year, and I wouldn't take what you've seen this year and say, well, this is a bust or whatever. This guy is a good hockey player, and I think if he just gets a break and gets through a training camp and everything and is healthy, I think you will see a much different player than you saw this year because of injuries.
They have won 9 games in a row, by the way, when he's in the lineup. Did you notice, though, again, when he's in, usually this has been more a deal with Metsa, that he wasn't really playing a lot with Timmins, right? They were doing the thing where they're mixing with the top 4 guys.
Yeah, that's what they did because, you had enough lefties in the lineup and enough righties where you go lefty-righty. You don't do it with Dahlin and Samuelsson because they play so well together, 2 lefties together. But they did break up Byram and Power, who are usually 2 lefties together, to give you so they could put a lefty with a righty, which Lindy Ruff does prefer to do. So it'll be interesting to see, how they judge, because that was what Lindy Ruff said. He goes, we've got 9D. It's not ideal. He said, but we've got these 4 games, concluding last night, to figure it out and how we will want to line up in the playoffs. So it doesn't look like anything's etched in stone, quite honestly. I think it'll depend on the opponent maybe who is in the lineup to what you need in your lineup. So he wants to get everybody games, and I'll skip forward a little bit. I think, with Lyon getting hurt in the morning skate yesterday, it didn't, he wasn't in excruciating pain or anything. He just came over to the bench, and the trainer was like looking somewhere around the back area. And it didn't take long for him to get his extra stick and go to the locker room. And as Lindy Ruff said, he wasn't going to dress anyway because he wasn't going to be the backup, but he wasn't available. So my guess is, and this is a total guess, and we won't know since there isn't a morning skate, that he won't be ready. I would think he probably wouldn't be ready today. So I think that might put Ellis in the lineup because Lindy Ruff said he wants everybody to get a chance to play here. And that was evident yesterday because Greenway, as part of his program, they still don't want him playing back-to-backs. He'll play tonight. But Pearson went in for him. And then you got Timmins and Kesselring getting the game yesterday. Kozak went in for Dunn. So, now it's Ellis. And Ellis, you would think, got the cobwebs out the other night when he went in. He looked like he was rusty. Well, he hadn't played a game since the game in the overtime loss in Tampa early in February. I think it was February 3rd. And but now that he's played that game, knocked the rust off, they probably, and I kind of felt this way all along, that he would get a start before the end of the season. So let me put it this way. I would be surprised if Ellis is not in that tonight.
If it is Ellis, I'm not afraid of him having to play. Like, I mean, no doubt, like statistically especially, he's the third guy of the three this year, but I haven't disliked him this year, right? Like, I mean, sometimes he's a little wild out of the net, but I feel like it's gone reasonably well when he's had to play this year.
And he's 7-4-1. His goals
fine.
against and his save percentage isn't, up where you want it. But he is 7-4-1. He's won hockey games for them. And that game in Tampa, I mean, that was the game that Tampa, Radish got that shot down the slot. Well, if Radish is coming down the slot on a power play and he's winding up for a slap shot, good night. He's either going to score or going to hit you because he's got an absolute bomb. And that's what happened. I mean, and so that went in. And then in the last few seconds of overtime, Gensel gets a golden opportunity and scores the overtime winner. That was Ellis's last game. But overall, I thought he had played a pretty good game. No, a really good game, actually, against the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Paul Hamilton with us for another few minutes here. Paul, Ryan McLeod last night, you feel like that was big for him to get a goal like that where he was decisive and shot the puck? I mean, he only had 4 shots in 12 games. Like, he really doesn't do it. But there he is beating a pretty good goaltender clean.
Well, I asked Lindy Ruff if he was happy to finally see him shoot. He goes, I was ecstatic. So it was, and again, it was a nice shot. Now, it's a 2-on-1. Goaltender has the shooter, especially a goalie like Shesterkin. He wasn't in his net. He didn't have the right angle. So McLeod had a lot of net to shoot at, but that was a good shot. He's got a good shot. I think that's what's really frustrating for fans and even probably frustrating for his teammates, watching him pass up golden opportunities to shoot the puck. He wouldn't have. That was his first goal in 17 and his second goal in 32 games. Those numbers would be much better if he would have shot every golden opportunity he got. I'm sure some of them would have gone in the net because he does have a good shot. And he did admit to me, we did talk at the end of the first period. He was my walk-off interview. And he said, he is concentrating on trying to shoot the puck more. And quite honestly, I have noticed that also, that, he's making an effort to, hey, when he gets that good shot, take it.
He had an assist, too, on the night. His 40th of the year. That line opens the scoring, his goal at the beginning, and then Zucker closes the scoring before the empty netter, of course, at the end. But he gets the game winner. And that's back-to-back games with a goal for him, Paul. He's like the ultimate vibes guy on the team, I feel, right now. And honestly, like, this is not a franchise that has much of a positive history at all at signing veteran free agents, right? Like, it's not a long list if you want to talk about the best guys that they've ever signed. And, I mean, 45 goals in 2 years for a 33-year-old free agent when they signed him. Like, it's just a nice player, right? Like, and it just continues, I think, to go well.
and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, I didn't think it was a bad signing. I just kind of went, okay, whatever.
Right.
A veteran guy. I didn't think it was great. I didn't think it was bad, and it's turned into a fantastic signing. And if Joe Cowley finds it later, I think he'll be amused. On the post game, I asked him. I said, because he's so calm around the net. Look at that goal he scored last night. Very calmly gets the puck and gets it around the pad, brings the puck back into the crease, very calmly deposits in the net. So I said, where did you develop that calmness around the net? It just seems like he never gets sped up. He never panics and whatever. And he laughed and he looked at me and he laughed and he said, "You're not inside my head." He goes, "You should be in my brain when this is all going on." It's hilarious. He is funny. He is a funny guy.
That's two funny things than he said last night, because I don't know if you caught the clip on. He also did a few minutes with the TNT guys in postgame.
Yes,
and
I heard about
he said,
that.
I would not have passed that puck because it was Benson
And
under the empty net.
I
which is
talked
funny.
to Benson yesterday morning about him. He is relentless on Benson and Kulik in the locker room. He just demolishes them. But it's all in good fun. He keeps them loose. Yeah. And I remember Kulik. Remember last year Kulik said, "I was afraid of him."
Yes, I recall.
Yeah. But he keeps them loose. But you know what? Benson said he can sit down at lunch and have like a really good hockey conversation with him and learn a lot of things. And he's good with those kids. He keeps them loose. He busts their chops, but he's also great at teaching them and helping them, show them the way in the National Hockey League. But boy, he does keep that team loose. And as I said, even when the media is in there, he is hilarious. I'll quickly tell you another Benson story. Benson was coming back from injury, talking to us, and the room got quiet. There was like Darlene and Norris and Zucker. They all stopped talking so they could hear this interview. And Benson's talking, and Benson goes, "Well, you know what? I've been in the gym and I've gotten so much stronger." And those guys went absolutely nuts. I thought Zucker starts screaming at him.
Yeah.
I bet that busting went on for probably 2 days, but you just should have heard those guys in the peanut gallery after in the quiet locker room. Benson said that, and he got all embarrassed and started laughing. It was great. It was really funny.
I feel like we could just talk about Benson every single day. Like, just there's 5 plays every. I mean, it's not unique. Like, it's not new. He just, there's a goal yesterday where he outfights a 6'3" defenseman to the net. So, it's just what Benson does, even though he's 5 inches shorter.
And look at what Darlene did too. He was trying to bank it off Benson. He did exactly what he was trying to do. He saw him over there. You saw him look up. He saw him over there and just put the puck towards him, because he knows Benson's going to be there. Benson might tip it. It might go in off his shin pad. It might go in off his skate. It might go in off his head. He doesn't know. But it's probably going to go in, because where is he? Well, I guess he's learned from Zucker very well, because he's in the same place Zucker is all the time.
All right. Paul Hamilton with us. So we talked about Ellis tonight, and there's no morning skate, so we won't really get a tell for tonight's lineup. Would you think, though, back-to-back, that there'd be like a change or two somewhere at the bottom, or do you think they'd go the same?
Well, we know Greenway. Lindy did tell us yesterday Greenway will be back. It was totally planned. They just aren't ready. His protocol isn't ready to put him in back-to-back yet. So Greenway will be back in, so we know that will happen.
Okay.
Other than that, everybody has basically been in the lineup recently. All the defensemen have been. I mean, that kind of put everybody back in. Pearson got himself in. He was the guy that hadn't been in recently. So Ellis really is the only one that really hasn't gotten no, he got a game the other day in relief, but he hasn't gotten a start.
Right.
So they could go back to Metza. They could go back to Stanley, to see what happens there. Interestingly enough, when Ruff was talking about Stanley the other day, he wants him to be more aggressive in the way he defends. And when they traded for him, I don't think people were worried about his aggressiveness. But Lindy Ruff doesn't feel like he's been as aggressive as he needs to be. It sounds like the same stuff he used to say about Samuelson until this year, when Samuelson has really used his size to his advantage and strength It's almost exactly what he used to say about Samuelson.
I wonder if that could be in a guy like that. Like, you're just getting to a new team, you're trying to make an impression, and you show up and you start taking a lot of penalties. And I wonder if that could bleed into a guy's brain like that, where you would need your coach then to say, like, hey, don't worry about it. I don't want you to be playing conservative just because you went to the box a few times.
You're right. And he did, because Lindy Ruff did also say he's still trying to learn our system and the way we're doing things.
Right.
And so it's still a little bit of a process for him there.
All right, Columbus tonight. They're desperate, right? Like, they're a couple points out. They need the win. Also, I don't know if you've thought about this at all, Paul, but it's Lightning in it's Tampa-Montreal tonight. And I don't know if really there is a preference for who wins other than just doesn't go to overtime. But, man, for the division, one of those two teams was going to get 2 tonight, so it makes it all the more important, especially with the back-to-back that the Sabres got the 2 last night. And in regulation, because that's going to be the tiebreaker here.
If you're thinking first place in Tampa, an overtime win for Tampa is better because the Sabres would retain the tiebreaker on both. If Tampa wins in regulation, then they don't. But the Sabres no longer have the tiebreaker. Tampa does. But if Tampa wins in overtime or a shootout, the Sabres will have one more regulation win. But that does give Montreal the extra point. So there's different ways you can say you'd like to see it, you don't like to see it. But if you have it like stuck in your mind that it's going to be Tampa that you're going to have to beat, then you're looking for an overtime win because that gives the Sabres, with 3 games remaining, the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I feel like I'd almost say at this point, I'd sign up for anything that isn't a Tampa regulation win, maybe tonight. All right, thank you, Paul. Safe travels home, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, glad I could join you. It didn't look like I could, but since we're delayed, we were able to pull it off.
It sounds like there was a party going on in the background, too. Like, there was live music or something at LaGuardia at 6 in the morning? Or
yeah, they just had music on the PA to wake everybody up a little bit here. That's no party, but
all right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. So Greenway goes in. I bet that's probably for Pearson. And I would bet maybe they'll do the third pair rotation. It's Metza and Stanley tonight. That'd be my guess. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's get connected with the fans, as we have not taken a call yet. We'll get George in. Connected with the Fans brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. Morning, George. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. The one thing, been a great season, obviously, and all that, that good stuff. And, I kind of feel like we're playing with house money here a little bit. But the thing that kind of concerns me is, once we do get into the playoffs, and just a quick aside, like I don't necessarily, I mean, of course it'd be nice to have home, kind of a home ice and stuff like that. But I think regardless if we start on the road or we start at home, I think we're going as far as we're going to go. So I don't know, I don't know what that ends up being, but I'm not too stressed about the home thing, home ice thing or anything. But my point was, as far as the playoffs, once everything gets buttoned up defensively and once chances are mitigated during a game, that makes the power play so much more important. And that really kind of stresses me out, seeing kind of how,
Yep.
How badly they do, or how, the ebbs and flows of power play, with them are. And that's the one thing that really kind of bums me out. It's like, it doesn't look really honed in at all, considering a full season. And I don't count on them having some miraculous turnaround. And those 1 or 2 power plays a playoff game that come around, you almost got to score at a 50% clip, and I don't know if they're capable.
Thanks, George, for the call. I have not hated the power play as of late. I've hated them at 5-on-3, but it's hard not to. They haven't scored this entire season. Tage moving around more, I do think, has helped. Like, he scored a goal from the slot the other day where Norris put it to him. He's been down low. Zucker scores in front of the net. I don't think they have a great power play, but I think it's been better. They're middle of the league, and I don't know, like, this is one of those other things where like the 5-on-5 numbers will get brought up. And, you're 19th in expected goals for. I'm like, okay, but where are the other teams that I'm going to be playing? Oh, they're right around me? I'm not that worried about it. Power play, though, that might be one of those things where, all right, even if you're middle of the league, where are you relative to your peers that are going to the playoffs? Mm-hmm. Because that's a little bit different with power play than with some of those other things. Power play, the Sabres right now have the worst power play of any team going to the playoffs in the East except for Philadelphia. And Philly is the worst power play in the league.
Right.
But right now they rank 18th on the season. And the other teams going to the playoffs in the East, Carolina is 5th, Pittsburgh is 6th, Montreal is 8th, Boston is 9th, Ottawa is 10th, and Tampa is 14th. Tampa, though, is not that different. So I'm not panicking over it. I think it's looked better. But, yeah, I'm not expecting them to really have the advantage in that department with almost anybody they play.
No. I think that I think in zone, the power play has improved, mostly because of what you mentioned there. The Tage floating around has been a big asset for them. They're struggling to break the puck in. They're just not able to set up consistently enough at all, and that's a killer for a power play. You can't do anything if you can't get it in the zone with control, and so they've got to figure that out. But that's the kind of thing that a coach likely has a couple of cards in the pocket to play in the playoffs. Like, I'll bet you Appert's got a couple of break-ins drawn up that he's waiting to unleash because he doesn't want them on tape yet. And
we're saving things?
That is
Come
real.
on, let's go.
I'm serious, though.
We're saving things.
I used to draw up, when I was coaching full-time at Nichols, I used to draw up, like, all right, I have a new breakout that I really like that I think is going to work, but I'm not going to unleash this until it's a playoff game.
You don't want the other team to see it yet.
I don't want, and that's minor, prep hockey that I'm talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say that Seth Appert in the NHL has likely done something similar. So I would hope, at least. I would bet that they have a couple of tricks up their sleeve to bring out in the playoffs to get them in the zone a little better.
All right, love it. I'm interested to see. They're doing, it's like a pick play almost every time.
Yeah,
it's drop back
drop
to
pass.
They've changed who the guy carrying it in was. It was Tage for a while, and it's been Norris mostly on that.
Which
top
I
unit.
like because he's a good transporter of the puck. So
yeah,
I don't mind that, and it gets Tage. If they're able to get Tage with a quick play, he could put it at the net quick, which is never. Yeah. I like a quick shot on an entry on a power play because it's often unexpected. So if they can get a dangerous one of those out of that, that'd be nice.
803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought on the Sabres. When we come back, Brian Koziel on the Masters. We'll touch on the Sabres with him as well, but we're about 15 minutes from the first tee times at Augusta National. Brian will join us next on Scheffler struggling this year. Rory kind of talking like he doesn't care as much as he used to. And DeChambeau is making his own golf clubs. That's like he's making his own clubs that he's going to use in this tournament. So Brian on all that when we come back here in WGR. When I'm watching these games and I'm thinking about the depths of the roster and it's Pearson last night or it's Kesselring last night, two guys that are getting plugged in, and the first thing I'm noticing about you is, can you move?
Yes.
Can you skate? Like, Pearson is not a small guy. Like, he's 6'1". Like, he's perfectly
heavy,
average winger, like, veteran guy. But he's moving up and down the ice. I'm watching Kesselring they got trapped in their own end early in the game, and they're in danger, and he grabs the puck in his own corner, and it's like 2 strides, bam, he's ahead of the forwards, skates it out, and I don't think he ended up getting it to someone in neutral zone, but he got it out of the zone, and they were able to make a change. And I'm thinking, like, that's a play Stanley and Shen are not making. Like, they're not getting to the spot that Kesselring gets to clear the danger. And I don't know if I love Kessering earlier on that shift, but I like that play.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. It's when they can skate, I feel a lot better about the guys at the bottom of their roster.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the story of last night's game, but those were little things that I was looking at along the way. Paul Hamilton with us on the West Her hotline. You mentioned Kessering. He goes in, hadn't played in about a month, and that it got better as the game went on. Do you feel like watching him, Paul, that is still the best possible outcome, is him to look good? He's the only one, I think, that's in that mix to be at the bottom of the D that has both the size and the skating, right? Like Shen, Stanley, we know they're big and physical, but you're losing a little bit of foot speed. Metsa, you can move the puck and there's some skating there, but he's not big. Kessering's just like, I feel like I'm hoping that looks good because he's the one guy that has both elements.
He obviously feels better. He went like he was shot out of a cannon one time he was defending. He was kind of out of the play. All of a sudden, I saw him coming like a bolt, and he got back and made the play in front of the net. I go, that's the guy I saw in the World Championships and playing for Utah. And I would just say to the fans again, don't give up on this guy. You know, next year, if he comes to camp and he's healthy and everything, this is a good hockey player. He's had a rough time with injuries. He's never really had to deal with injuries before, and he's still not, fully healthy. He said there was one injury that's going to nag him probably for the rest of the year, and I wouldn't take what you've seen this year and say, well, this is a bust or whatever. This guy is a good hockey player, and I think if he just gets a break and gets through a training camp and everything and is healthy, I think you will see a much different player than you saw this year because of injuries.
They have won 9 games in a row, by the way, when he's in the lineup. Did you notice, though, again, when he's in, usually this has been more a deal with Metsa, that he wasn't really playing a lot with Timmins, right? Like they were doing the thing where they're mixing with the top 4 guys.
Yeah, that's what they did because, you had enough lefties in the lineup and enough righties where you go lefty-righty. You don't do it with Dahlin and Samuelson because they play so well together, 2 lefties together. But they did break up Byram and Power, who are usually 2 lefties together, to give you so they could put a lefty with a righty, which Lindy Ruff does prefer to do. So it'll be interesting to see, how they judge, because that was what Lindy Ruff said. He goes, we've got 9D. It's not ideal. He said, but we've got these 4 games, concluding last night, to figure it out and how we will want to line up in the playoffs. So it doesn't look like anything's etched in stone, quite honestly. I think it'll depend on the opponent.
That goes off of Benson high in the zone. Now a race here for a free puck in an open net. Doan reaching for it. Comes up with it. Doan to Benson. Scores! That is teammate personified right there between Doan and Benson. And the Sabres with a 5-3 lead and 1:15 remaining in the third period.
The Sabres rally to beat the Rangers last night, 5-3. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, and Alex Tuck scored a goal. Zack Benson scored 2, including that empty netter there. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 3 goals on 20 shots against, and they're now in sole possession of first place in the Atlantic Division. It's a quick turnaround. They're back in action tonight, hosting the Blue Jackets. Face-off set for 7 o'clock. Pre-game at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, the Texans exercised the 5th-year option for edge rusher Will Anderson and quarterback C.J. Stroud. The Falcons signed right tackle Juwan Taylor, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year, $5 million contract. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion is visiting with the Browns. A tradition unlike any other gets underway today in Augusta, Georgia, with the first tee time of the Masters scheduled for 7:40, so coming up in under 10 minutes. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Here's the Sabres working in the Rangers zone. McLeod back up the line with a shot. Shesterkin rebound. Zucker scores! What a play by Jason Zucker as he buries the rebound and sneaking it past Shesterkin. It's 4-3 Buffalo with 12:46 remaining in the third period.
Jason Zucker scoring list 24th of the year. It's one of our first moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Sabres win, and it's also round one of the Masters. We are about 7 minutes away from the first tee times. The honorary starters just getting going on hole one just now, and I believe Masters.com is where you're finding these early tee times. I'm looking. I don't see it anywhere. Where's my... Every year I look forward to Mike Weir getting out on the course and being one under with the lead through one. Brian Koziel now on the Western Hotline. Tee to Green or Sabres broadcast as well. And Brian, I don't know. Are you watching? Do you know where am I watching this?
Well, Masters.com will have the different feeds, as you said, throughout the day, like featured groups, featured holes, Amen Corner, all that sort of stuff. And then I know it'll kick in on ESPN Plus, I got to think, super early, if not right away. And then ESPN has the regular television coverage throughout the majority of the afternoon. So I think Masters.com, ESPN Plus, and then eventually regular ESPN on television.
Yeah, ESPN, that's where I was just at, and I was not excited to see that it wasn't up already, but maybe you're probably right. It's going to get going there at some point. Golf's different, right? Like most sporting events, like I just got to look up where it is once I know that, all right, I'm on the same network. Golf, it's like, you might get 4 different places throughout a tournament. So
yeah, I mean, that obviously, because it's not a normal 2 or 3 hour event. It's like 10 or 12 hours. So that's why unfortunately at times it's harder to find. But yeah, today, essentially, if you've got an ESPN access, you're going to be good. You're going to be good all day.
Yeah. So on the Masters, Brian, Tee to Green this week. You guys will be all over it, and we'll maybe touch on the Sabres if we have time with you as well, of course. But going into this tournament, I don't know, what's the biggest storyline? Rory has his Masters. Like, that was it for forever. The career Grand Slam, the drought he had without winning a major at all, and he gets it. He's kind of talked this week, hasn't he, about maybe not being as motivated as you've heard from him in the past, and that's understandable, but I don't know. Like, does Rory sound almost too far in that direction to you?
I think publicly saying what he said, it sounds like he's taken it a little bit too far. Now, does it necessarily mean that he's not focused or not ready to go or not doing what he would normally do on a Masters week? No, but normally you don't hear guys come in with kind of this more relaxed sort of approach to like, oh, whatever kind of happens from here is all bonus kind of thing. But maybe for him right now, I mean, that's maybe what he's just going through, telling himself, look, I'm going to take the pressure off myself as the defending champion of this event. Coming into this event last year and the years preceding him winning, he said he felt more pressure coming into the Masters than any other week. Even though he was so excited for it to get here, he said he definitely felt like his career wouldn't be complete without a Grand Slam. I mean, pretty amazing. I was, talking with Chopin Bullock about this yesterday. I'm like, this guy, I think, is the best European golfer of all time now, passing Nick Faldo, passing Seve Ballesteros, because he's got the career Grand Slam. But even before that, I mean, he has been as good as almost any European player in the Ryder Cup. He's won the other 3 majors, multiple majors. He's won a ton of just big-time PGA Tour events. And his world ranking has been as good as almost anybody minus Tiger Woods. So I think he's had an outstanding career. He's obviously a Hall of Famer, all that sort of stuff. But now that he's gotten the career Grand Slam, I've kind of wondered, like, would it free him up? Would he play more freely? And at times we've seen that he's played great. And then at other times it looks like maybe he seems, I guess, less focused, which is maybe kind of where you're going there with that comment. I don't know how he plays this week. This year has been a weird year for him. He's had a back injury, which made him not 100% at the Players' Championship, which has previously been the biggest tournament of the year. And we haven't seen him since. So he's been kind of, tough to read in terms of maybe what we're going to get from him this week. And I'd almost say a little bit about the favorite, Scotty Scheffler, too, that Scheffler and McIlroy are usually the two guys that you'd say first here to have a chance to win. For Scheffler, even though he's won once and he's had 2 other top 5s, probably for any other golfer in the world, we'd say, wow, this guy's playing great this year. But for Scheffler, it seems almost a little bit underwhelming because he's set the standard so high from what he has done the previous 2 years. So, those two guys probably still should be at the top of our conversation, even though neither of them have showed us their best stuff over the last month.
Yeah. Scheffler, right, like what qualifies as struggling for Scheffler is the question, because his standard is going to be different than everybody else. Like 1 win so far this year. That is Scheffler struggling, whereas if it was Cam Young in the opposite direction, like he's got to win this year, and it's like he's heating up going into the Masters.
Absolutely. And, 2 other top 5s for Scheffler, too. So, it's not even like he hasn't been around. It was pretty much maybe the story of Scheffler's years that he's gotten off to bad starts, and then he's had those furious, fun comebacks that were like, wow, is he going to chase everybody and come all the way back? And a couple times he fell just short, and then obviously one time he did win. The one thing that I think is really, really important playing the Masters is the approach shot into the green. I think that's the most challenging part of this golf course. Maybe like we talk about the U.S. Open. Well, it's the driver, it's the tee shot, it's staying out of the penalizing rough. You don't have that at Augusta National. So to me, what's the challenge? It's the areas around the green, knowing where to miss, knowing where to hit it on the green, knowing where not to hit it on the green. And Scheffler has been as good as anybody in the world of that over the last 3 years. He's been the best. So if he's locked in with his irons and that distance control that he has been so good, where he's run away with victories over the past few seasons, then I still think he's the guy to beat this week.
Top guys, we've talked about Scheffler, Rory. You've got the 2 live guys that are top at the odds list with Rahm and DeChambeau. Is there anybody that's not right at the top that you've liked their game this year? That you're thinking a lot about them as someone that could win this tournament that isn't like a big star?
3 Englishmen, but these are all names that everybody knows. Like Justin Rose last year lost in the playoffs to McIlroy, and he's had a he's probably been as good as anybody at the Masters that hasn't won it. He's been very, very good. I think 3 runner-ups, lost to a playoff to Sergio as well, remember. So, this guy has been right on the doorstep to winning this. So I think that's a guy who has been playing really well. We know even last year, if you watch the Ryder Cup, this guy handles pressure as good as anybody. I throw him in there. Matthew Fitzpatrick had a win a couple of weeks ago. He's had a good year. He had a second-place finish, too, at the Players' Championship. Remember, he went to 18, tied for the lead. So there's another player that I think has been good. And Tommy Fleetwood's had a good start to his season year so far. Fleetwood maybe hasn't had the Masters track record that somebody like Rose has had, but those 3 are coming in playing really well. Going down the board a little bit more, Robert McIntyre has had a couple of good last weeks. Lefties always perform well on this course, so that could maybe be another name that's out there that could do well. I'm curious to see what Jacob Bridgman does. This is a guy that's come on the scene this year. This is his first opportunity to playing the Masters. He's had a really good season. I've seen pools and seen prop bets of like, hey, who's going to be the highest Masters rookie? Who's going to finish the highest among those? And he seems like a popular pick in some of those formats.
What is going on with this Bryson DeChambeau story that he's making his own clubs? I don't think he's not in the shop forging his own iron, right? Like what's going on with this story? Do you know?
So yeah, he's going to be using a 5-iron this week from a 3D printer, and I'm sure he had it sounds insane to think about this, and he's been involved in the design. We know he's, they labeled him the mad scientist, all the clubs the same length, but some of the brands that he's been with, he always thinks like, oh, I can get more, or I can tinker with this a little bit more, to the point where he thinks, from what he has said over the past 2 weeks or so, that he will eventually have an entire set of clubs made by him and the technology that he works with. So Bryson at some point maybe will come out with his old golf brand, which is just weird. You've got people that obviously, these multi-million-dollar companies that obviously do all the specs and all the scientific work, but he thinks it can be better. Last year, he lost the Masters when it was him and Rory battling because he couldn't control his irons. And he was always looking down like, oh, what was that? Like as if like there was some sort of like statistical wrongdoing that he was getting done when he was hitting those. Yeah, I mean, he's a constant ticker with his clubs, and I'm curious to see when we get to see like maybe close-up looks of what this 5-iron looks like, if we can tell if it looks any different from some of the other clubs in his bag.
Yeah, you're right. Like it really is forgotten the opportunity that he let slip away last year, because like Rory did the thing. Like the thing that everybody accuses Rory of, that he even acknowledges, like some of those choking moments, the bogeys, double bogey on 1 and 2, putting it in the water on 13, he missed a putt on 18. Like Rory opened the door for you, and he blew up even more than that, right? Like he wasn't even in it by the final few holes.
Yeah, and we got the epic start where Bryson, I think, birdied the first hole in the final round, if I remember last year, and then Rory came back, but by the turn and early on, I want to say maybe like the 11th hole, he put it in the water, and it was over from there. I mean, he was like 5 or 6 back at that point. And then Rory then started to make mistakes and let people back in it. And then you had guys obviously like Rose and others that were all involved. So that's what I think we love about the Masters is that there's such opportunity for fluctuation in the field, even amongst the best. I mean, even go back to the year Jordan Spieth was winning by 5 going into the back 9, and all of a sudden Danny Willett is winning at the end because Spieth put 2 in the water, on the famous 12th par 3 there. So many things that can happen. This tournament's so cool with all the different nuances and the traditions and the fact that we know the course so well from watching it every year. So, yeah, I'm super pumped to see what happens here over the next 4 days. The weather's supposed to be perfect. Cool this morning, I know that. So that, I don't know if, that's going to really probably play into any factor. But in terms of the weather forecast, everything looks good, like 70s, 80s on the weekend. It's gonna be a good week for that. We're not going to have to worry about any sort of delays or things like that.
Beautiful. I mean, the course will look perfect then if you get that. What do you think would be the best story then? Or is there one? Like what the best, like it's always been Rory getting one, or when Tiger's in the field, of course, it's him, but I don't know, like what would it be? Like a lot of the top guys have the green jacket. A younger guy on the scene, or I guess not all the top guys, right? Like Schauffele, Fleetwood. Like there would be some top names that don't have a green jacket.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, for the last handful of years, we've said the biggest story would be McIlroy completing the Grand Slam. That happened. And for the first time since 1994, there's no Tiger Woods, there's no Phil Mickelson. So any of that sort of storylines, you're not going to see it. I mean, you want the heartfelt story? It's Gary Woodland, who just won recently and talked publicly about how when he had the brain surgery to remove a tumor, that he's had some really, really tough issues dealing with that, and publicly, and, even says like he's been on the course at times and kind of had this anxiety feeling. And he really made it public and said, look, I know others are going through that, and this is something that he wants out there to maybe think that not only can he help himself, but it'll help others. So he's always been a guy that everybody on tour, I know talking with guys that have worked on tour and other players and caddies, they all say like that Woodland is as good of a guy as anybody on tour. So that might be the most feel-good story of the week if somehow he could be in contention here going into the weekend.
Tee to green this week, Brian?
Tee to green, we're at Pendleton Creek Golf Club, and we're going 2 hours as we do for majors weeks. So 7 to 9, and it'll be a boatload of Masters talk. We're looking forward to it.
Perfect. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Brian Koziol on the Western Hotline. They are on the course now. The first tee time, the first group is out there. No big names yet. Max Homa is teeing off in a couple minutes, though. He'll be the biggest name on the second tee time, which is at 7:50. And I think that's at Masters.com. It's not on the ESPN app. So 8:45, it says, for the first stream there. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll also talk some draft. Justin Mello is going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour on what the Bills should be looking at. And also, is this draft historically bad? Because if it is, I want to start talking about trade ideas that include getting your assets to next year when it's supposed to be a great draft. And there's risk with that, though. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought here on WGR. Paul Hamilton with us on the West Her hotline. You mentioned Kessering. He goes in, hadn't played in about a month, and that it got better as the game went on. Do you feel like watching him, Paul, that is still the best possible outcome, is him to look good? He's the only one, I think, that's in that mix to be at the bottom of the D that has both the size and the skating, right? Like Shen, Stanley, we know they're big and physical, but you're losing a little bit of foot speed. Metsa, you can move the puck and there's some skating there, but he's not big. Kessering's just like, I feel like I'm hoping that looks good because he's the one guy that has both elements.
He obviously feels better. He went like he was shot out of a cannon one time he was defending. He was kind of out of the play. All of a sudden, I saw him coming like a bolt, and he got back and made the play in front of the net. I go, that's the guy I saw in the World Championships and playing for Utah. And I would just say to the fans again, don't give up on this guy. You know, next year, if he comes to camp and he's healthy and everything, this is a good hockey player. He's had a rough time with injuries. He's never really had to deal with injuries before, and he's still not, fully healthy. He said there was one injury that's going to nag him probably for the rest of the year, and I wouldn't take what you've seen this year and say, well, this is a bust or whatever. This guy is a good hockey player, and I think if he just gets a break and gets through a training camp and everything and is healthy, I think you will see a much different player than you saw this year because of injuries.
They have won 9 games in a row, by the way, when he's in the lineup. Did you notice, though, again, when he's in, usually this has been more a deal with Metsa, that he wasn't really playing a lot with Timmins, right? Like they were doing the thing where they're mixing with the top 4 guys.
Yeah, that's what they did because, you had enough lefties in the lineup and enough righties where you go lefty-righty. You don't do it with Dahlin and Samuelson because they play so well together, 2 lefties together. But they did break up Byram and Power, who are usually 2 lefties together, to give you so they could put a lefty with a righty, which Lindy Ruff does prefer to do. So it'll be interesting to see, how they judge, because that was what Lindy Ruff said. He goes, we've got 9D. It's not ideal. He said, but we've got these 4 games concluding last night to figure it out and how we will want to line up in the playoffs. So it doesn't look like anything's etched in stone. Quite honestly, I think it'll depend on the opponent.
When I'm watching these games and I'm thinking about the depths of the roster and it's Pearson last night or it's Kesselring last night, 2 guys that are getting plugged in, and the first thing I'm noticing about you is, can you move?
Yes.
Can you skate? Like, Pearson is not a small guy. Like, he's 6'1". Like, he's perfectly
Heavy,
average winger, like veteran guy. But he's moving up and down the ice. I'm watching Kesselring they got trapped in their own end early in the game, and they're in danger, and he grabs the puck in his own corner, and it's like 2 strides, bam, he's ahead of the forwards, skates it out, and I don't think he ended up getting it to someone in neutral zone, but he got it out of the zone, and they were able to make a change. And I'm thinking, like, that's a play Stanley and Shen are not making. Like, they're not getting to the spot that Kesselring gets to clear the danger. And I don't know if I love Kesselring earlier on that shift, but I like that play.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. It's when they can skate, I feel a lot better about the guys at the bottom of their roster.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the story of last night's game, but those were little things that I was looking at along the way. We'll talk NFL draft with Justin Mello when we come back. Sabres win last night. The drought is over. And, of course, we'll have all the moments here on WGR throughout the playoffs. And you can see this if you're watch our YouTube stream. You'll see our Let's Go Buffalo Wait is Over signs. You can get those now. Playoff signs at Lenco, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time, every time. The wait is over. It was a long wait. Way too long. So long of a wait. Let's never wait that long again. That'd be nice. Nothing more than 5 years ever again. That'd be nice. Let's never have either team. Let's never go more than 5 years again. Again, you can get your playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies and get there with Liberty Cab. When we come back, Justin Mello from the Draft Network. And so we'll get in on some of the other topics that aren't Bills related. We've talked a lot of linebacker, edge, wide receiver. But where we're at on the quarterback class and also where the running backs are going to go. Like top 5? We'll talk about it next here on WGR. Going into this tournament, I don't know, what's the biggest storyline? Rory has his Masters. Like, that was it for forever. The career Grand Slam, the drought he had without winning a major at all, and he gets it. He's kind of talked this week, hasn't he, about maybe not being as motivated as you've heard from him in the past, and that's understandable, but I don't know. Like, does Rory sound almost too far in that direction to you?
I think publicly saying what he said, it sounds like he's taken it a little bit too far. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's not focused or not ready to go or not doing what he would normally do on a Masters week. No, but normally you don't hear guys come in with kind of this more relaxed sort of approach to like, oh, whatever kind of happens from here is all bonus kind of thing. But maybe for him right now, I mean, that's maybe what he's just going through, telling himself, look, I'm going to take the pressure off myself as the defending champion of this event. Coming into this event last year and the years preceding him winning, he said he felt more pressure coming into the Masters than any other week. Even though he was so excited for it to get here, he said he definitely felt like his career wouldn't be complete without a Grand Slam. I mean, pretty amazing. I was, talking with Chopin Bullock about this yesterday. I'm like, this guy, I think, is the best European golfer of all time now, passing Nick Faldo, passing Seve Ballesteros, because he's got the career Grand Slam. But even before that, I mean, he has been as good as almost any European player in the Ryder Cup. He's won the other 3 majors, multiple majors. He's won a ton of just big-time PGA Tour events, and his world ranking has been as good as almost anybody minus Tiger Woods. So I think he's had an outstanding career. He's obviously a Hall of Famer, all that sort of stuff. But now that he's gotten the career Grand Slam, I've kind of wondered, like, would it free him up? Would he play more freely? And at times we've seen that he's played great. And then at other times it looks like maybe he seems, I guess, less focused, which is maybe kind of where you were going there with that comment. I don't know how he plays this week. This year has been a weird year for him. He's had a back injury, which made him not 100% at the Players' Championship, which has previously been the biggest tournament of the year. And we haven't seen him since. So he's been kind of, tough to read in terms of maybe what we're going to get from him this week.
That goes off of Benson high in the zone. Now a race here for a free puck and an open net. Doan reaching for it. Comes up with it. Doan to Benson. Scores! That is teammate personified right there between Doan and Benson. And the Sabres with a 5-3 lead and 1:15 remaining in the third period.
The Sabres rally to beat the Rangers last night 5-3. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, and Alex Tuck scored a goal. Zack Benson scored 2, including that empty netter there. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed the 3 goals on 20 shots against. They're now in sole possession of first place in the Atlantic Division. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight, hosting the Blue Jackets with face-off set for 7 o'clock. Pre-game at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, the Texans exercised the fifth-year option for edge rusher Will Anderson and quarterback C.J. Stroud. The Falcons signed right tackle Jawan Taylor, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year, $5 million deal. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion is visiting with the Browns, and ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson could be an early day 2 pick in the 2026 draft. Tradition unlike any other is underway today in Augusta, Georgia. The first tee times for the Masters officially on the go. Enter for a chance to win a trip to the night before the draft in Pittsburgh, April 22nd. It's an all-star invite-only concert starring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet, just days before Jason's new album, Songs About Us, drops April 24th. Enter the national contest at Odyssey.com/the night before. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
The most popular targets in mock draft, it's Cassius Howe, the pass rusher from Texas A&M, who was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year this past season with 11.5 sacks. And one of the reasons why we're talking about him more towards the end of the first round than the first 15 or so picks is he had sub 31-inch arms at the combine. That being said, he is an excellent pass rusher. His ability to bend the edge really stands out. And under this new defensive system led by Jim Leonard, I think he'd be a great fit for Buffalo 26.
Field Yates on the Bills and their pick at 26. We are 2 weeks away from round 1 of the NFL draft. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. We will also get back to the Sabres. They win again last night. First place in the division. Back in action tonight against Columbus. We actually have a Blue Jackets guest coming up at 9 o'clock, so a little more on them later on. So we'll get back to hockey in a moment, but on the draft, Justin Mello joining us now from SI and also covers the Titans as well, and looking at what the Bills will be looking at 26 and also some storylines at the top of the draft. Justin joins us now on the Western Hotline. Morning, Justin. Thanks for coming on.
Well, pleasure's all mine. We're about 2 weeks out from the NFL draft, so it's an exciting time to be alive.
Yeah, so the draft in general, before we get to some Bills stuff specifically, we've talked a lot about the edge position and linebacker, receiver. I heard, I forget who, someone the other day I heard on a podcast describe this draft as bad as you think this draft is, it's actually worse. Is this like a historically bad draft? Like, how... no one, I think, is out there saying it's a strong draft, but I guess how poor is it overall?
Well, I think there are a couple of things to take into consideration. Where the draft this year is probably lacking is that there's a lack of blue chip talent at the top, right? There's no at essentially every position, right? There's no Aiden Hutchinson, there's no Myles Garrett. There's no Bosa brother, prospects of that caliber. That's one of the factors that really hurts this NFL draft. The other incredibly unique factor is that all of the best players play non-premium positions. If we were ranking these prospects without taking positional value into account, you'd probably be talking about a running back, and Jeremiah Love being the best prospect in the draft. You're then talking about a safety, Caleb Downs being the second best player in the draft, and then potentially 2 linebackers, in Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese. If Reese doesn't make the transition of pass rusher, that's actually the 4 best players in the draft, and they play the 3 least paid positions, just based on how NFL teams value those positions. So when you combine the lack of, true blue chip talent with the devalued positions that the top prospects happen to play, then yeah, I would argue that you have a uniquely poor draft. Now, don't get carried away. There are going to be a lot of good players in this draft, and I think it's a deep draft. It's deep at 2 premium positions, edge and wide receiver. I think you'll see some really good players. There are a lot of offensive tackles, a premium position that are going to get drafted in the first round. And then I think, once you get to the second, third, fourth round, it's a deep draft. The depth is not necessarily an issue. It's a lack of blue chip talent at premium positions at the top that's, sort of causing concern around the league.
You feel like that more impacts kind of that overall scope more for the top teams than the Bills, per se? Like, I guess, is the caliber of player the Bills would normally be looking at in the end of the first round that different? Because typically you're not looking at high-end blue-chip players past, the middle anyway.
Right. I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on the Buffalo Bills at 26 overall. I think they'll be in a pretty good position to get a very, very decent prospect at that spot, at a position of need, whether that's, a defensive back, a defensive tackle, a pass rusher, a wide receiver. I think the Bills are going to have good options at 26. And it certainly more impacts, what do the Arizona Cardinals do at number 3? What do the Tennessee Titans do at number 4? They might be in the most fascinating position of anyone if the draft plays out the way we think it's going to. But no, certainly the Bills, I think, can rest, fairly comfortably at 26 in a routine position.
Yeah, on a couple of those teams early, before we get to specifically the Bills and Jeremiah Love, because, everyone seems to think, just overall, take out the positional value, that's the best player in the draft. Where he goes, I think is really interesting. That might be the thing I'm the most interested in for the top of the draft. And that could be any one of those teams early on. Is there not, though, a spot where if he hasn't gone, that he could fall a little bit? I mean, if you're Kansas City, if you're New Orleans, some of these teams that I think could have been in play for him, they signed guys. Maybe they did that because they didn't think he would get to them. So, I don't know. Do you see a cutoff for Love for teams in need versus, okay, if he doesn't go by this pick, then it could be a little bit of a wait?
Yeah, I certainly think the Washington Commanders at number 7, if he gets past the Titans at 4, then you've got the Giants, they've been slightly connected at 5, and then the Commanders at 7, who signed 2 running backs, mid-tier running backs, even lower-tier running backs to 1-year contracts. If he gets past the Commanders, I agree. That's where it gets interesting because, the Saints brought in Travis Etienne at 8. The Kansas City Chiefs, Kenneth Walker to a massive contract, and they're picking at number 9. I don't think the Bengals could get better there, but I don't think they would do it at number 10 given the state of their defense. Once you get past the Bengals, you're correct. You have a hard time finding a landing spot. I mean, I think the next most obvious one is the Minnesota Vikings, and they don't pick until number 18. So right. If he does get past the Commanders at 7, I think things can get really, really interesting for Jeremiah Love.
They don't necessarily need a running back. That's a Jerry Jones pick, though. I feel like if he's there at 12,
well,
even though they paid Williams.
I mean, they paid Williams, but look, I think that's probably a somewhat of a short-term solution based on the contract. His injury history. Certainly he's got some tread on the tires, and he's been through quite a bit from an injury perspective. They're another one of those teams. The defense is an abomination. I think they need to use both of their first-round picks on the defensive side of the ball. But, you said it. When Jerry Jones is calling the shots, I don't know that I'd rule anything out.
Right. He'll get excited, and he'll we're just doing it. We're taking the running back. By the way, on
the jersey sales.
Yeah. On the Cardinals and the Titans, what if you were those teams? What would you do? Because it could really, I feel like, it could be a bunch of different things. Would you pick Love if you were one of those teams?
If I was the Cardinals, I would not. I think those are 2 different conversations because they're guaranteed to have one of David Bailey or Arvell Reese on the board, right? They're going to go, I think, with the best remaining defensive player, whichever one the New York Jets don't take at number 2 overall. When it comes to the Titans, I think they're in a much more interesting position because we're operating under the assumption that both Bailey and Reese are going to be gone, right? So what do the Titans do at number 4? People are, everyone's saying, well, they can't take Jeremiah Love. It's a devalued position. Well, who are the best prospects? If it's not Jeremiah, it is Jeremiah Love, but if it's not him at that point, it's what, a devalued linebacker in Sonny Styles or a devalued safety with an alleged injury in Caleb Downs. I mean, either way, they're probably taking are they going to reach? I think Carnell Tate, the wide receiver there, would be considered a slight reach. They're not expected to take an offensive lineman, nor is there one really worth taking there anyway. And they've drafted 2 offensive linemen with top 11 picks in the last 3-4 drafts. Sure, they could use another, but essentially you're at 4. You're not taking a guard, right? So if they take a tackle, it would be someone that they're going to sit for a year because they paid their left tackle $22 million a year in free agency. So if you're the Titans, I think it's fat. You almost feel like it's Jeremiah Love, or they have to reach on like a receiver like Carnell Tate.
Justin Mello with us on the Western Hotline from SI.com. What about the top receivers? Like Carnell Tate will be long gone by the time like the Bills pick, for instance. But where do you expect the first receivers to be going off the board? And who would you say is like, this guy's a lock to go top half of the draft? Is there more than one? Like, I think everyone kind of feels that way about Tate. Should like Lemon be thrown into that bucket as well? Like he'll be gone. Even Tyson, it feels like there is he could go early, but because of the injury stuff, he could be a guy that even falls.
Yeah, I think 2 is the safe bet. We know Tate is more than likely going to go top 10, and there are a ton of suitors for him there. I think the Chiefs, the Saints, even the Giants, there's a ton of teams there that should consider Tate in the top 10. The Cleveland Browns at 6 are an easy fit. I do believe Mekhi Lemon will go with those first 15 picks. One of my favorite, draft, prospect team fits this entire time has been Lemon with the Los Angeles Rams. I think that's something they'll strongly consider at number 13 overall. After that, it gets a little dicey. We've seen Omar Cooper Jr., the receiver from Indiana, national championship winner. He's been a pre-draft climber. Certainly it has attached a jetpack to his stock throughout this process. And there's a lot of smoke right now, and I've spoken to sources around the league. There's a lot of smoke with him and the New York Jets at number 16 overall. They've been looking for another receiver to play opposite Garrett Wilson for some time now, and they've had a hard time filling that position. I've spoken to other teams that have an early second-round grade on Omar Cooper. I do think he ends up going in the first, and I think it's probably before the Bills pick. You've got a couple teams in the early 20s that I think would consider it if he's there. Some of them, I believe, are all picking in succession with like the Chargers, Eagles, and Browns.
I think we lost Justin. We'll reconnect with him. But, yeah, that receiver point is super interesting going into day one of the draft. Is there could be 4-5 receivers that go off the board before the Bills pick. But it really feels like there's only 2 that we know will. And there will be a third guy, a fourth guy maybe, but we just don't really know which one. Is it Cooper? Is it going to be Tyson? Is it going to be Zachariah Branch? Is it going to be Casey Concepcion? So there's a lot of unknown there, I feel like, for that. We lost you, Justin, but I feel like you were just about to wrap up the receiver point there.
Correct. Yes. Some teams have Omar Cooper with a second-round grade.
Yeah.
It's after that, does Denzel Boston go in the first round? I think that's questionable. Casey Concepcion, he might be an early second-round pick. And then with Jordan Tyson, the medicals are all over the place. I was telling people in December that this is a prospect who missed 40% of his college football career sidelined with injury. That's an actual number. He missed 40%. So for me, and he hasn't done anything throughout this process, right? Apparently, news broke this morning that he is going to hold a workout for NFL teams about a week out from the draft. Will that be enough to kind of salvage the narrative? But certainly, I don't think this is as strong of a receiver class as we think. I've seen some people say, there's going to be 6 in the first round. That would truly shock me. I think it's going to be closer to 3 or 4.
How high end is the upside on Tyson? Like all the risk about his injuries, like you better be a great player to be worth that if you're going to be a first round pick. What's the high end for him? Like, are we talking bona fide number 1 receiver, one of the best in the league, or is he something below that?
I do think if you remove injuries from the evaluation, that he is the most talented wide receiver in this class. When you just watch the tape, and I like all three of the top, the perceived top receivers, but when you look at Carnell Tate, I think if he was, you say to yourself, and Daniel Jeremiah said something similar the other day. If he was a little bit faster, if he broke tackles, I think there are certain issues with Carnell Tate's game that could prevent him from being an elite, truly elite, bona fide number one. I think he's going to be a very good wide receiver in the NFL, Carnell Tate. Nuanced, savvy route runner, reliable hands, size, can win vertically, contested catches. But I just think there's, that second gear is missing from Carnell Tate to maybe make him, project him as a high-end one. Mekhi Lemon, there's the size questions, right? Like, the prospects or players like Jackson Smith and Jigba and Amon Ross St. Brown have been very good for Mekhi Lemon, in all honesty, because now you're saying, well, I could have a smaller Z or slot receiver turn into an elite wideout. But certainly, he doesn't have the desired size or speed combination that teams typically look for in a wide receiver. So when you get to Tyson, what you see is, 6'1", checks a box, really good yards after catch, terrific athlete in the open field, dominant at the catch point, can win short, intermediate, and vertically. Yeah, I do think Jordan Tyson is the most naturally talented receiver in this class. And I do think if he stays healthy, that there's a good chance that he is going to develop into a legitimate number one receiver. Unfortunately, availability is your best ability, and I do think there should be significant questions and hang-up regarding whether or not he could stay consistently healthy.
Justin Mello with us on the Wester Hotline. The Bills at 26. What do you like for them? Positionally, player-wise, I feel like the favorite around here for what they probably would want is a edge rusher and probably a bendy speed edge rusher. They don't really have a guy like that in that room. They have the big guys. They have the, little stiffer, longer run defenders, but they don't really have that type of edge rusher. They have not done anything at linebacker, Justin, this offseason. Like, they have not even made a single move, not even at the bottom of the roster. So we've talked about that. And, of course, wide receiver. So, I don't know, for you, what comes to mind immediately when you're thinking of the Bills at that pick?
I've thought safety a little bit as well, just because I think the value might be there. I know they added a couple guys in free agency this offseason, but those are short-term, temporary solutions. And and they're still waiting, I think, for Cole Bishop to kind of, meet the expectations that they had for him. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, I think, is going to go in the first round. Toledo safety, who really does everything. Reminds me a little bit of Nick Omeniori, coming out last year. And we saw the impact that he had on that Super Bowl winning, Seattle Seahawks defense. Dylan Thieneman from Oregon is the other safety that I think could be in consideration if he's there. Bills fans probably don't want to hear it, but I'm having a hard time seeing what the value would be for edge at number 26. Obviously, the top guys are going to come off the board. When you talk about the type that they're looking for, well, I don't think that's Keldrick Falk, for example, out of Auburn, right, who's more of a high-floor run defender who's still figuring out his pass rush arsenal, right? So he doesn't check that box. Akeem Messidor, this is a 25-year-old rookie who's had some injuries in his past, had a breakout year with the Hurricanes this year, was really good for Miami. But I think there are some fair questions about taking Messidor in the first round. The only guy that might fit your description, the speedy athletic, is really undersized, right? It's Cassius Howell, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M, who had the second most sacks in the SEC this past year with 11 and a half. He's speedy, he's athletic, but he can't defend the run. He's really small. I found it ironic that for all the chatter of Reuben Bain's arm length at the combine, and I get it, he's one of the top prospects, historically short arms, Cassius Howell's arms are even shorter than Reuben Bain. So you're dealing with another historical outlier there from a size length perspective. I personally don't think the value is going to be there for the Bills at edge rusher at number 26. I look at one of those safeties, if they want to go wide receiver, I think a number of the ones we just discussed, Denzel Boston, Omar Cooper, Casey Concepcion, I think there's a decent chance at least two of them are on the board when the Bills make their pick. They've also shown some interest in Ohio State defensive tackle Caden McDonald.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke directly to Caden McDonald about them and his interactions with the Bills throughout this process. Just a good, hard-nosed run defender. There's more to explore as a pass rusher. If you're wondering what the gist is on Caden McDonald, I spoke to a scout the other day who said to me, he's ready to play in the NFL tomorrow. Now, that's a compliment of the highest priority, especially when we're talking about April. The first game's not till September. So I look at wide receiver, I look at safety, but don't sleep on the possibility that they go with that big D tackle.
I want to ask you further on McDonald, because I always feel like he's the guy I've got to be talked into for their pick at 26 because of the limitations as a pass rusher up the middle. Now, their defense might actually fit for a guy like that, and I wouldn't even say they have a player that does what he does in stopping the run in the middle. But I saw a stat the other day, Justin, that he would have the fewest pressures of a first-round pick defensive tackle in the last 13 years, other than I think maybe Jordan Davis was down there. So on that, when you see that in his game, do you feel like there is more that can be developed there, or do you think when he gets to the NFL, you kind of got to know what he is? He's going to be great against the run, and he's just not going to give you much when it comes to rushing the passer.
Yeah, look, I'd be shocked if he ever develops into a elite pass rusher. I'd be surprised if he was even a very good pass rusher. I think he could be a decent pass rusher from D tackle, a guy who might give you, 3 to 5 sacks a year. But if you're drafting him, certainly you're doing so knowing that there's some limited upside there and that he's going to be a really, really good run defender. And when I say really good, I mean, he had 15 tackles for loss last year. So there are other, he impacts the backfield, not just the running game. I think, the quarterback as well, but he impacts the backfield in a variety of ways. He eats up space. He takes on double teams. He frees up his teammates to make plays. Now, I can be talked into it a little bit at 26 overall, a little easier than I can, for example, where the Eagles took Jordan Davis, say at number, I think 12 or 13 that was. At 26, no team has 26 first-round grades on players. They just don't. Every year that number caps around, 15 to 18 maximum. So I think it's a little easier to talk yourself into him at 26, but I also understand that, there might be a little bit of hesitancy to take a player in the first round that you're fairly certain is not going to be a dominant pass rusher.
Do you have a linebacker that you might like for the Bills there? I don't know how likely it is that they would do that, but again, they haven't really made a move there. C.J. Allen, is he a good fit? Do you feel like he's worth that pick? I mean, he might not even be there, I guess, too.
I don't think C.J. Allen's going to be a first-round pick. I mean, we'll see on draft weekend, but I initially came to this process with a late one on him, but it feels like the second round is going to be the sweet spot for off-ball linebackers in this class. Of course, after Sonny Files goes in, presumably the top, 6 or 7 picks. Allen's been hurt throughout this process. He hasn't been able to do a lot. I think that's really hurt him in his pre-draft stock a little bit. I think he makes it to the second round, and I think the Bills can probably find one, at some point there in the top 100. Jacob Rodriguez, out of Texas Tech is a really popular one, 255 tackles over the last 2 years. Anthony Hill from Texas, the Longhorns, is a guy who's rangy and long, still kind of figuring it out, but you love the athletic sideline-to-sideline ability. One who I really like, and I believe the Bills have met in some fashion, is Jake Golday, the linebacker out of Cincinnati. I think this kid's incredibly interesting. I did a great interview profile with him a few weeks ago. He was an edge rusher at Central Arkansas. He made the move to off-ball linebacker. He was an undersized pass rusher. He makes the move to linebacker. He plays 1 year at that position at Arkansas, Central Arkansas. He makes the transfer to Cincinnati, so a step up in competition. And he had 104 tackles this past year. I've been going on radio shows and telling different folks, if there's a surprise defensive rookie of the year, I mean, he reminds me of Carson Schwetzinger last year, right? The reigning defensive rookie of the year, who, if you start him right away, he might have 120 tackles next season. So I really like Jake Golday out of Cincinnati. I personally think, and I'm aware that I might be alone on this, but I personally think he is worthy of a late first-round pick. But ultimately, I'd be surprised if that's the direction the Bills go in at 26.
We'll end on this because we briefly actually did mention him yesterday because Joe Marino of Locked On Bills, who we have on the show here, he talked about him the other day and the Bills. And I think a big part of that too is Jim Leonard is coming in and talking about guys playing all over the field, wanting like true versatility. And Golday, if I'm right, you tell me because I'm going secondhand on this. He's playing slot corner sometimes, right, and off the edge and linebacker. Like, is there a question of like him kind of where he fits, or maybe even being able to do it all when he gets to the league?
I think he's going to be an off-ball linebacker.
Okay.
You know, I'd be shocked if he ended up playing anywhere else. But for example, at Central Arkansas, and he clarified this for me the other day, and it talks up to his versatility. When he had his career high in sacks, I thought he was still playing edge rusher. He said to me, no, I was already playing linebacker. They were just rushing me off the edge on third downs, you know, because I had done it in my past. And I ended up having 6 or 7 sacks that year, the most that I ever had. So I think he's going to be a really good blitzer at the next level. You know, line him up opposite the A-gap, blitz him up the middle. I think you can definitely do some things with him due to his background. But I think ultimately he's going to be an off-ball linebacker with really terrific sideline-to-sideline range who, you know, can maybe cover linebackers and slot receivers on occasion in those third down situations.
Justin Mello with us, SI.com. Check out all the draft content, mock drafts, and profiles, and talking to the prospects. So appreciate all the time, Justin. Appreciate going along with us, and we'll talk soon.
Pleasure was all mine.
You can follow him at JustinM_NFL, by the way, if you're looking for his stuff on Twitter. Yeah, Jake Gold, like, every time I'm hearing about him, like he reminds me of, I keep thinking Lorenzo Alexander, which is kind of what he was here at the end. He was an off-ball linebacker that also could play on the edge, blitzing, pass rushing, third downs, off the line. Like, you were getting a lot of versatility there. That Lorenzo Alexander is the name I keep thinking when he comes up. Could be a first-round pick. 803-0550 is the phone number. Shots of audio when we come back. It's a Thursday, so excited to hear what we have there. What do we got sports-wise? We got any baseball? There's been a lot of yelling in college basketball in the last week. We didn't have a mic on Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley, did we? That's not going to make it on?
No, unfortunately not, no.
We did. We heard what Dawn Staley said, though. Or we saw it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will beat your you-know-what?
Yes.
They made up, I guess. At least there was a statement. They're telling us that they made up. Not a good look. We did not talk about this week. That is not a good look for Gino Auriemma. I mean, he's the
Not
greatest coach in that sport's history, so I don't think it will stay with him. It's not a stain. But what a baby. What a big, giant baby. The things he was mad about didn't even happen. He was mad that the player, one of his players' jerseys got ripped. They showed a replay.
They were too physical. The other team was too physical without repercussion.
Yeah, and she did it to herself. Like, she tore her jersey herself. And then the other thing was that he was mad that Staley made him wait before the game to say hello.
That's why he didn't
you're the
shake her hand
king
after
of
the game.
women's basketball. I don't know.
Yeah. That's why he avoided the shake after.
Did he avoid it, or did he kind of went for it but wanted to yell at her, right?
Yeah, he walked the other direction.
Yeah, but he had something to say.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, you mean right after the game ended, because he did that while the game was still going. All right, shots of audio when we come back, and we got some trivia later on as well. Coming up on WGR. Going into this tournament, I don't know, what's the biggest storyline? Rory has his Masters. That was it for forever. The career Grand Slam, the drought he had without winning a major at all, and he gets it. He's kind of talked this week, hasn't he, about maybe not being as motivated as you've heard from him in the past, and that's understandable, but I don't know. Like, does Rory sound almost too far in that direction to you?
I think publicly saying what he said, it sounds like he's taken it a little bit too far. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's not focused or not ready to go or not doing what he would normally do on a Masters week. No, but normally you don't hear guys come in with kind of this more relaxed sort of approach to like, oh, whatever kind of happens from here is all bonus kind of thing. But maybe for him right now, I mean, that's maybe what he's just going through, telling himself, look, I'm going to take the pressure off myself as the defending champion of this event. Coming into this event last year and the years preceding him winning, he said he felt more pressure coming into the Masters than any other week. Even though he was so excited for it to get here, he said he definitely felt like his career wouldn't be complete without a Grand Slam. I mean, pretty amazing. I was, talking with Chopin Bullock about this yesterday. I'm like, this guy, I think, is the best European golfer of all time now, passing Nick Faldo, passing Seve Ballesteros, because he's got the career Grand Slam. But even before that, I mean, he has been as good as almost any European player in the Ryder Cup. He's won the other 3 majors, multiple majors. He's won a ton of just big-time PGA Tour events. And his world ranking has been as good as almost anybody minus Tiger Woods. So I think he's had an outstanding career. He's obviously a Hall of Famer, all that sort of stuff. But now that he's gotten the career Grand Slam, I've kind of wondered, like, would it free him up? Would he play more freely? And at times we've seen that he's played great. And then at other times it looks like maybe he seems, I guess, less focused, which is maybe kind of where you were going there with that comment. I don't know how he plays this week. This year has been a weird year for him. He's had a back injury, which made him not 100% at the Players' Championship, which has previously been the biggest tournament of the year. And we haven't seen him since. So he's been kind of, tough to read in terms of maybe what we're going to get from him this week.
When I'm watching these games and I'm thinking about the depths of the roster, and it's Pearson last night or it's Kesselring last night, 2 guys that are getting plugged in, and the first thing I'm noticing about you is, can you move?
Yes.
Can you skate? Like, Pearson is not a small guy. Like, he's 6'1". Like, he's perfectly
Heavy,
average winger, like, veteran guy. But he's moving up and down the ice. I'm watching Kesselring they got trapped in their own end early in the game, and they're in danger, and he grabs the puck in his own corner, and it's like 2 strides, bam, he's ahead of the forwards, skates it out, and I don't think he ended up getting it to someone in neutral zone, but he got it out of the zone, and they were able to make a change. And I'm thinking, like, that's a play Stanley and Shen are not making. Like, they're not getting to the spot that Kesselring gets to clear the danger. And I don't know if I love Kesselring earlier on that shift, but I like that play.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. It's when they can skate, I feel a lot better about the guys at the bottom of their roster.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the story of last night's game, but those were little things that I was looking at along the way.
The Sabres rallied to beat the Rangers last night, 5-3. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, Alex Tuck scored a goal. Zack Benson scored 2. One an empty netter. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 3 goals on 20 shots against. They're now in sole possession of first place in the Atlantic Division for now. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight, hosting the Blue Jackets. Face-off is set for 7 o'clock. Pre-game at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, the Texans exercise the 5th-year option for the edge rusher Will Anderson and quarterback C.J. Stroud. Falcons, they've signed right tackle Juwan Taylor, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year, $5 million deal. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion is visiting with the Browns. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson could be an early day 2 draft pick in the 2026 draft, coming up very soon. Tradition unlike any other, underway in Augusta, Georgia. The first tee times for the Masters officially underway. Every mile tells a story. Help us celebrate those who make the Ride for Roswell a success. Whether you ride, volunteer, or donate, you're making a difference. Share your story of why you take part in the Ride for Roswell and tag RFR 2026 for a chance to be featured. And that's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
All right, time for Shots of Audio, as we do on Thursdays. Excited for this. We've had some really good ones recently. Joe Cali, the conductor of our Shots of Audio here.
Yes, we have had some good ones. We've got some interesting stuff today. A little bit around a bunch of leagues here. We got some baseball, a lot of Masters, some golf, and some NFL. Raheem Mostert was on a podcast last week, a name not really all that relevant in recent times. Talked about his time in Miami and what had gone on under head coach Mike McDaniel. And this particularly stood out a little bit.
He didn't put any emphasis on trying to show respect to players or at least try to demand respect.
Right. There's no boundaries.
Yeah. Like, if you got guys that, cussing coaches out on the sideline, but not just one time, like numerous times, or even put hands on a coach, like, come on, that's different now.
Put hands on a coach. When I heard that, I was like, what do we mean? Like, how is that really how that was? Like,
I think I know what he means.
We fighting?
I mean, there was a player on the team that has been arrested for putting his hands on men, women, and children.
Yeah, right.
Who do we think it was?
Correct. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point.
Take a guess. Right. Take a wild guess at who that was.
Not a good vibe from Miami. Their head coach now is crazy.
Stunning about McDaniel, because it did seem like he always wanted to be friends with all the players.
Like, one of the fellas.
Too far in the direction of players coach.
Yeah.
And I would bet that's a thing. It kind of sounded like he was one of those guys that realized that was happening, and he tried to correct it, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
No.
Like, once you've established yourself in that way, now when you try to be more of a hard ass and be more of a guy that's demanding respect, like, you can't do that the third year in. I bet the next time he gets a head coaching job, if he does, he would approach it differently.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't mean, though, that he would get respect, like, even if he demands it, just because of the reputation.
Right.
So, all right.
Yeah, not great there. Had to get that off the bat. The rest is kind of a little more fun from here on out, especially for you and I on this one. Owen might not enjoy it, but Fenway Park, the sounds of baseball. Here we go. Not a better sound that could be gracing our ears right now, I got to say.
I mean, if they sold the team, their Fenway Sports Group, I mean, I think they'd have to change their name,
Yeah,
too.
good. Distance yourself, please.
They're 4-8 to start the season. It's not. It's early, but
yeah, whatever. They have stunk it up to start the year.
Well, also, aren't they all the way back to where they were before John Henry bought the team, which is small time, money not getting spent the way that it should?
Yes. That's exactly why people are chanting sell it. It's
They are like Liverpool fans. Even I'm a Liverpool fan, so I see this.
Yeah.
The joke that the Red Sox are the Bank of Liverpool.
Yes.
Like they fund Liverpool getting high-priced players because I think it's twice in the last few years where the Red Sox would trade. It was Mookie Betts, and then who was it recently? It was
Devers?
Devers.
Rafael Devers. Yeah.
They traded a star player from the Red Sox that they didn't want to pay, and then like the next week handed out like $100 million to some new star on Liverpool.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate
Liverpool stinks
that.
too. It's not like it's going well over here.
No.
But
Whatever. There's this.
I didn't know they were connected. That's interesting.
Yeah, same owners.
Yeah.
Same guy.
That's
yeah,
interesting.
Same,
yeah.
guy. Group. There's this trend now of these big sort of business groups getting into these ownership. Like they're owning teams now. Pittsburgh's owned by a big sort of conglomerate now, the Penguins.
that's the same thing. Fenway Sports Group owns, I believe it's the Penguins, Liverpool, the Red Sox, obviously, and there's someone else somewhere.
Right.
That's unreal.
Which is absurd.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, I get that it's now become there's so much money that there's an investment to be made now. And so these massive companies see it and go, okay, this is an opportunity for profit. And that's what it is. It's profit, not they don't care about the games. They couldn't care less if they win a championship.
Right.
The Fenway Sports Group does not care about Fenway. They care about money. And so that's why people are chanting, like, get out of here. It's tainting what we love about sports.
Mm-hmm.
We are now the product.
Yeah.
As fans. It's no longer about giving you a good product on the field. They don't care. If you'll buy the tickets, the job is done. If you buy the jersey, the job is done. So it's maddening watching these teams be owned by these massive corporation conglomerate nightmares.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Gross.
not great for Red Sox fans, and Owen included within that. So we now head to golf. The last two shots here. Roy Moon in the 7-9. He's the 7-9 champion in the drive, chip, and putt.
Oh, okay.
Right? So
7 years old
yes.
to 9 years
yes,
old?
He's a little guy. He's a little guy.
Okay.
Little dude.
So he won it all. He, did a great job. Afterwards, he got the post-game interview. What are you going to do after, he was asked.
Now that you're a champion, what are we doing to celebrate?
We're going to probably party all night, and probably me and my family are going to have dinner.
All right. Sounds great.
We're going to party all night from a 7 to 9-year-old.
And I'll have dinner with the family, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Throws that in.
Mm-hmm.
Filet.
Roy Moon.
Tail.
Roy
What a
Moon
name.
is absolutely the name of a future golf champion.
Yes.
There's no way you can have that name, play golf, and not you're going to win the U.S. Open someday.
Mm-hmm. There's a play-by-play or a shot called Roy Moon sends it up to the moon. Whatever. There's
Shoot for
Roy
the moon.
Moon sounds
there.
like the main character in a golf movie.
It
Yes.
does. It really does.
Right?
Yeah.
How far? All right. Here's a question. How far do you think he hit his drive to win the 7 to 9-year-old championship for the drive, chip, and putt?
That is a good question.
How long is a 7-year-old golfer?
I mean,
I'm going to predict he can hit the ball 190 yards.
say, 210?
I'll bet that this kid smoked one like 230.
You think?
I bet he did.
Okay.
It's 7 to 9.
Oh, you don't know the answer?
I don't know the answer. I'm just curious. It just popped into my head. I would bet with the way the gear is now that he could hit one close to 250. As a 9, if he's 9, how big is this kid? Like, what are we, it's this kid.
He sunk a 30-foot putt.
Whoa! All right, so maybe he didn't hit that long of a drive if he's sinking long putts.
So I can't tell you exactly what he did because I can't find it, but I have the record for the 7 to 9-year-old drive, chip, and putt finals.
Give me that.
In 2021, Ryan Nana hit a 241-yard drive.
Yes.
Whoa.
As a 9-year-old.
That's awesome.
Wow.
It's further than most of my drives.
It's okay.
No, it's maybe half.
Yeah.
He secured the victory with a crucial second putt that landed within 1 foot of the hole. So he did a pretty solid job. Roy Moon.
Good for you, Roy.
Send it to the moon right there. That's the
right.
call.
That's it. Listen, if he becomes a great golfer, the T-shirt opportunity. Send it to the moon.
To the
That's
moon.
easy.
To the moon. And we stay with golf. We go to the Masters though. Roy McIlroy hosted the Champions Dinner. Picked the menu. We went through that. got some questions on it, and his answer is pretty funny.
People keep asking me, why didn't you go more Irish? And I said, because I want to enjoy the dinner as well.
No haggis on there, right?
Yeah.
That might be Scottish.
I mean, he's not lying.
Sure, but
as someone that's been to Ireland, you don't go for the food.
What'd you eat there that was like the worst thing? What would you never touch again?
We were pretty good because we did a lot of research.
Okay.
We knew the food wasn't good, and we found a bunch of spots that were good.
Right.
But
what did you?
There was one time we went off the beaten path and like just like, hey, this place, no research whatsoever beforehand, and I got a Guinness stew.
Oh,
because I figured that sounds when in Rome.
Right.
Horrible.
Yeah. That doesn't. That's...
One of the most flavorless things I've ever tasted in my life was this Guinness stew.
What else was in it? Was it just
beef, carrots, potatoes?
Yeah,
so just, yeah.
Just no flavor. Not an ounce of salt whatsoever.
Oh.
There was something else in it. It wasn't good.
Onion.
Something
just
gross
like
in it.
Raw, just big giant.
No, there
onions.
was a vegetable in it that I couldn't place, which also didn't help the experience.
Water
When you
chestnuts
don't,
or something.
Maybe something when you don't know something that's in what you're eating.
Yes.
It's hard to enjoy it.
Scary spot.
Even if it does taste good.
Yeah, the good old mystery meat or something like that. You're running scared.
Well, mystery vegetable's better than mystery meat, at least. I would say.
I agree with that.
If I don't know what the meat is, I'm not touching it.
No. Right?
I need to know that at least. You want to tell me there's an ingredient in it otherwise that I don't know? Like, then all right.
My mom used
Fine.
to try and fool me. She wouldn't tell me what something was and make me eat it, and then I'd say I liked it, and she was like, "Ha! I got you. There's whatever in this."
Let's see what parents
That's
are doing
probably
now.
that's an old parent trick. I bet.
Yeah, parents are putting eggs in mac and cheese, and the kids don't even know, so they're getting protein.
What?
They stir it in, and the egg like cooks in it. I saw this on the talk.
I'm gonna vomit.
Yeah, and
What is your algorithm?
They'll crack a couple eggs into a like box mac and cheese and mix it all together with like the buttermilk, all that stuff.
How old are you?
23.
This is like food parenting tips.
I know.
Is it his algorithm?
It was Instagram Reels. There really is no algorithm. It's just kind of whatever it gets thrown your way.
There's an algorithm. There is an algorithm.
Everything's
I'll
got an
tell you
algorithm.
right now.
Everything's got an algorithm.
Yeah, but they're fooling kids with eggs and mac and cheese now. So
all right.
I don't know.
That's really something.
I would feel very backstabbed if that were me on the receiving end of that. But
would not be happy about that.
yeah, that's that for shots of audio though. We're cut off.
All right. I'm gonna go with Roy Moon.
Roy Moon.
Yeah,
was
Roy
the
Moon.
highlight
Roy Moon
this
for the
week.
win.
Mhm.
I'm gonna party all night.
Love it.
We're gonna go party, and then I'm gonna have dinner with my family.
Shots of audio powered by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And we'll come back, and we've got Aaron Portsline coming up at 9 o'clock on the Blue Jackets. Sabres playing Columbus tonight. They need the game, and the Sabres are playing the second of a back-to-back with probably Colton Ellis in net, so could be a tough one. We'll get the scoop with Aaron coming up in about 15 minutes here on WGR. Paul Hamilton with us on the West Her hotline. You mentioned Kessering. He goes in, hadn't played in about a month, and that it got better as the game went on. Do you feel like watching him, Paul, that is still the best possible outcome is him to look good? He's the only one, I think, that's in that mix to be at the bottom of the D that has both the size and the skating, right? Like Shen, Stanley, we know they're big and physical, but you're losing a little bit of foot speed. Metsa, you can move the puck and there's some skating there, but he's not big. Kessering's just like, I feel like I'm hoping that looks good because he's the one guy that has both elements.
He obviously feels better. He went like he was shot out of a cannon one time he was defending. He was kind of out of the play. All of a sudden, I saw him coming like a bolt, and he got back and made the play in front of the net. I go, that's the guy I saw in the World Championships and playing for Utah. And I would just say to the fans again, don't give up on this guy. You know, next year, if he comes to camp and he's healthy and everything, this is a good hockey player. He's had a rough time with injuries. He's never really had to deal with injuries before, and he's still not fully healthy. He said there was one injury that's going to nag him probably for the rest of the year, and I wouldn't take what you've seen this year and say, well, this is a bust or whatever. This guy is a good hockey player, and I think if he just gets a break and gets through a training camp and everything and is healthy, I think you will see a much different player than you saw this year because of injuries.
They have won 9 games in a row, by the way, when he's in the lineup. Did you notice, though, again, when he's in, usually this has been more a deal with Metsa, that he wasn't really playing a lot with Timmins, right? Like they were doing the thing where they're mixing with the top 4 guys.
Yeah, that's what they did because, you had enough lefties in the lineup and enough righties where you go lefty-righty. You don't do it with Darlene and Samuelson because they play so well together, 2 lefties together. But they did break up Byram and Power, who are usually 2 lefties together, to give you so they could put a lefty with a righty, which Lindy Ruff does prefer to do. So it'll be interesting to see, how they judge, because that was what Lindy Ruff said. He goes, we've got 9D. It's not ideal. He said, but we've got these 4 games concluding last night to figure it out and how we will want to line up in the playoffs. So it doesn't look like anything's etched in stone. Quite honestly, I think it'll depend on the opponent.
Just what I was waiting for. Couple of old-timers in their 50s tied for first at the Masters. Jose Maria Olazabal, right? And Angel Cabrera. 56 and 60 years old. 1 under par. Tied for first. T1. Love it. And we've actually got a camera at the Masters now. Took an hour. It's on ESPN Plus finally. Aaron Portsline when we come back on the Blue Jackets. Tonight's opponent for the Sabres. We got some Sabres trivia coming and more Masters talk. We'll do the green carpet in the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up on WGR. So last night, have they played a worse 40 minutes to start that game all year? Like, they were winning 2-0, and even then feels a little lucky that they're winning 2-0. They were just turning the puck over at will. So I felt really down, like, this is not going to go well. They better come out with their hair on fire in the third period. I'm like, if I'm Lindy, I am throwing things in the locker room in that intermission. They are playing so sloppy and so careless. But, man, the flip switch theory, the idea that if you are a good team, that you know how to flip that switch back on whenever you feel the need to. They did it against Tampa the other night, and for a period, they did it last night because it was complete 180. Like, as unimpressive as they were in the first 40 minutes, they were unbelievable in the third. They did not allow the Rangers a shot on goal at 5-on-5 in the third period. I don't think they got a shot until they had pulled the goalie.
The third periods, the last two games, should give you the most confidence about their ability to do what they have to do to win at any time of year of anything you've seen this season, I think. It's crunch time, and like that ability to lock it down like that is massive in the playoffs, because that is you get a lead, and that is where you got to go. And that is the game you got to play. And if they get more and more reps and prove to themselves over and over again that they can do it, then they're going to have more and more confidence in those spots. And that's huge. So I loved seeing that last night. I thought they were super sloppy for the first period. I mean, there was a power giveaway. There was a Timmins giveaway, I believe, that were just...
Samuelson had a bad one.
Samuelson, just pizza deliveries right up the middle. UPL bailed them out a few times, and that was definitely frustrating. I thought they were buzzing offensively in the first. A pretty,
when they were in the zone.
Right. When they got it in the offensive zone, I thought they were flying around using their speed in that high cycle that we've talked so much about that brings them a lot of success. But they weren't clean. They were sloppy, and I'm sure that was driving Lindy nuts. So I am ready to give them a lot of props for doing what they did in the third period and just shutting it down. I mean, what were shots? 8-1 in the third? It was incredible. They for the second game in a row, showed that they are capable of ending a game, and that is huge.
That goes off of Benson high in the zone. Now a race here for a free puck and an open net. Doan reaching for it. Comes up with it. Doan to Benson. Scores! That is teammate personified right there between Doan and Benson. And the Sabres with a 5-3 lead and 1:15 remaining in the third period.
The Sabres rallied to beat the Rangers last night, 5-3. Jason Zucker, Ryan McLeod, Alex Tuck, they scored goals. Zack Benson scored 2. The empty netter heard there. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen allowed 3 goals on 20 shots against. They're now in sole possession of first place in the Atlantic Division. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight, hosting the Blue Jackets. Face-off set for 7 o'clock. Pre-game at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, the Texans exercised the fifth-year option for edge rusher Will Anderson and quarterback C.J. Stroud. The Falcons signed right tackle Juwan Taylor, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year, $5 million deal. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports Texas A&M wide receiver Casey Concepcion is visiting with the Browns, and ESPN's Jeremy Fowler believes Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson could be an early day 2 pick in the 2026 draft. Tradition unlike any other, currently underway in Augusta, Georgia, with the first tee times underway. Enter for a chance to win a trip to the night before the draft in Pittsburgh, April 22nd. It's an all-star invite-only concert starring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet, just days before Jason's new album, Songs About Us, drops April 24th. Enter the national contest at Odyssey.com/the-night-before. And that's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Now Timmons playing it up to center. Puck rolls in favor of Buffalo. McLeod, right side shot, scores! McLeod on a quick counter punch at Madison Square Garden with 15:20 to go in the first, and the Sabres lead it 1-0.
Sabres get the win over the Rangers. It took some work. It was a bad second period. It was a great third period. They come back to win. Final score 5-3 and go back to first place in the Atlantic, but it's going to be a tight race, 2 points up on Tampa and on Montreal, who both play each other tonight. And that makes it a little interesting on who to root for. We'll talk about that. Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. So the second of a back-to-back. On the West Her Hotline, on tonight's opponent, Aaron Portsline, esteemed Blue Jackets writer for The Athletic. Appreciate you joining, Aaron, this morning.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. Good morning to you.
So what are the Blue Jackets' chances, you feel like, right now? They're still right there in the standings. It has not been going as well as of late for them. I don't know, what are the vibes right now? Do you feel like they are kind of losing it, a slip on the playoffs here, or are they still close enough where they've got a really good shot?
Well, the vibes changed quite a bit. I guess we'll find out tonight how much or how they can sustain that. But they changed quite a bit Tuesday in Detroit. Went down 3-2. They scored with 16 seconds to go, put it into overtime, and ended up winning in a shootout. That snapped a 6-game losing streak. Lots of standout performances in that game and good vibes in the dressing room for the first time in a couple of weeks. You remember that incredible run they went on, or maybe you don't, because Buffalo's was even more impressive. But they went on a tear when Rick Bowness got hired, and for the first time a couple of weeks ago hit a speed bump and really went into a dark place where they completely forgot how to play. Well, it felt like they started to emerge from that Tuesday, but I guess we'll find out tonight. I think they got to look at Philadelphia in that Metro spot. It's the only team they've got the tiebreaker against that's ahead of them. Mm-hmm. So they're 2 points behind, but if they match them, of course, they get in over the Flyers. So to me, that's where the focus for them needs to be. But more than anything, of course, it has to be on the Sabres tonight.
Do you feel like the stretch after Bowness showed up was long enough that it was real, that they are a legitimately good team that should get in? Like, Philly all year just didn't look that impressive, and then just bam, get hot right at the very end. Whereas, I don't know, Columbus, it just happened earlier for them and seemed to go on a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, a 23-4 run is nothing to sneeze at. It tells me that there's a good team in there. I guess I agree with management here that I didn't think they were as bad as they played, in the first 45 games before the change. It just, they weren't firing on all cylinders. And then bonus came in, and boom, it's like the lights came on. Are they a team that should expect to get 44 points out of every 27 games? Well, no, that's a hell of a run. But somewhere in there is them. Somewhere between that great run and what we've seen the previous 2 weeks before Tuesday, somewhere in the middle of those two extremes, I think is where they lie. But it's a good team. It should be a competitive team. They're missing a couple of key players, Damon Severson on the back end, Matthew Olivier up front. Those guys have had a bigger impact on this lineup than most would imagine. But there's still a lot of talent there and still a team that should absolutely be competitive.
Aaron Portsline with us on the West Her hotline. In goal, it was a huge story for Jet Greaves this year. Has that been part of the slide? Has there been regression in net, or has it mostly been in front of him?
You know what? That's the only place that they didn't regress during this nosedive. And I wrote a piece today for The Athletic about this. It's pretty incredible that this is an undrafted goaltender who took quite a while to get to the NHL because, frankly, even people in his own organization didn't think he was an NHL goaltender. And he just keeps proving people wrong at every step. But even in that 1-6-1 nosedive that they took that I was just referencing, he had a .916 save percentage. Like, it wasn't him. He's played really fantastic, between good and fantastic, all of the season. He hasn't had one of those streaks that almost every goalie goes through at some point during a season, where for 4 or 5 games, they just kind of they slump, they lose it, they got to recalibrate. He hasn't endured that yet, which is pretty incredible for a first-year full-time NHL player. Twice now, he's won the number one job away from Elvis Merzlikins. He's had to do it under 2 different coaches. And I think they're going to ride him until, as long as they're in it, they've got a tough schedule here the rest of the way. As long as they're in it, I think he's the guy that's going to be in net. So, no, he's really been their most consistent player, incredibly, all year.
How important do you think it is for them to actually get in, even if it's just for, not just for the fans and the experience of having a series, but there are young guys there at the top of the lineup, whether it's Fantilli or Marchenko or Sillinger, that I don't think have really made it, right? Like, unless maybe Marchenko was there when they made it last, but none of them did. Like, you have a young core there that I think would value that playoff experience.
100%. And this team has even said, they missed the playoffs by 2 points last year. And they were mad about it. Everybody else was like, good season, guys. It kind of it pissed them off, if I could say that, all summer. And the comment coming into this season is it's a failure if they don't make the playoffs. I tend to agree with them. It's right there in front of them. They were in a spot for a better part of a month before it all fell to pieces. They need to make the playoffs here. This season will not be deemed a success if they don't make the playoffs. And I think the next hurdle for them is to stop this monkey business of shooting to just get in. Like, I think they need to start carrying themselves like a franchise that expects to make the playoffs, and have a season like Buffalo has this year, where they explode. They don't just try to get in; they get it. So,
in terms of their style of play, the Sabres have kind of proven lately they can do both. Like, even the differences in the last 2 games. Like, yesterday, they show they can go up and down the ice. Tampa, they kind of shut them down. Like, really, when the Blue Jackets are playing their A game, what would you kind of describe their style, like how they want to play?
Yeah, they want a forecheck, and they want to get turnovers off the forecheck. They can score. They've had some nights where the puck goes in quite a bit. They're not as explosive as they have been last season. Listen, I'm sure Lindy and his staff have picked up on this, if they even needed the hint. Teams have gone after Werenski physically. They've gone after Marchenko physically. And it's been effective here for a while. Now, Werenski had an incredible night Tuesday in Detroit, a classic Norris-type night. Marchenko has been their leading goal scorer for 3 years now. He has just, I don't know if it's the pressure of the playoffs or what's going on. He is completely short-circuited. He looks like someone needs to unplug him and plug him back in again. or upgrade his software or something. It's just a complete short-circuiting. I'm not sure who the player is that I'm watching. The other night, go look at the clip. It's hilarious because nobody got hurt, but it's 3-on-3 play. Marchenko just turns right into the path of Fantilli. It's one of the biggest hits I've seen in the NHL season. Man-on-man, teammate on teammate, 3-on-3 play, open ice, just absolutely buried Marchenko, who stepped onto the wrong train tracks. He's just not the guy I've seen for 3 years now, and I have to think it's the pressure that's getting to him. So those are the guys that teams have tried to limit. Understandably, Fantilli's become a really good 200-foot player. They've got some talent. They've got some guys that can score, but that's sort of been the recipe for most opponents here in the near while.
All right, we'll see what we get tonight. Lastly, Aaron, before we let you go, on the Sabres' resurgence here and Jarmo Kekalainen's role in it, it's kind of been tougher to figure out. It lines up. Like, they got hot right when they made the change at GM, which is not usually the thing you see in the league. Usually it's a coach bump.
Right.
Here it was maybe a GM bump. So he makes a couple of moves at the deadline on the bottom of the roster, but I don't know, like, from your perspective, do you have a thought on like what a philosophical shift in the organization or even just a culture shift, like the impact the GM could make in that way without really touching the roster in a big manner?
You know what, we've seen it here in Columbus recently, but also specifically with Jarmo Kekalainen. Go back and look at the 2012-13 season for the Blue Jackets. Jarmo Kekalainen was hired maybe on Valentine's Day. I mean, if you remember, that season started late, and the Blue Jackets were pretty much dead last in the league. He landed in Columbus, took the job, had a press conference, and immediately went scouting. And he was looking for Nathan MacKinnon. That was McKinnon's draft year. And the Blue Jackets were essentially, as the Sabres can relate to, that we're going whole hog lottery right to the top. And then a strange thing happened after Jarmo Kekalainen got hired. The Blue Jackets became unbelievably hot. I think they went 19-5-5 the rest of the way. Totally screwed up the lottery pick and damn near made the playoffs. They sat there. They tied Nashville. They were in the Western Conference at the time with the win on the last day of the season, and then went into the dressing room and watched Nashville hang on and win their game, and they got bumped out for the first time by 2 points of the playoffs, just like they did last season. So they got the Jarmo bump 13 years earlier. Okay. I can't explain it. I think for players sometimes in the room, it is beneficial to have different eyes on you. You're trying out for somebody new. You're earning your spot again. You're earning your next contract with somebody new. And it has a potential to elevate. I think that's what we've seen.
Aaron Portsline with us from The Athletic on the Blue Jackets. Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. Thanks, Aaron, as always. Appreciate the time, and enjoy the game tonight.
I will. Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Thanks for being on. Aaron Portsline at A Portsline, if you want to follow him on Twitter, on tonight's opponent. And we'll see. Jet Greaves should be in goal. I would expect. They don't have a back-to-back or anything, and he's been their number one guy throughout the entirety of the year. Got a stat of the day for you and some instant trivia that is attached to it. So it's on Alex Tuck, our stat of the day. In the last 2 seasons in the NHL, Alex Tuck has 19 goals via tippage. He has tipped 19 goals in. That is number 1 in the league. Not just for the Sabres, but for the league.
Okay.
NHL.com, by the way, you can find this. There's like shots and goals by type. So they've got that as the most from any player in the sport. Jake DeBrusk is right after that. Jake Gensel is in there. So 19 goals in his Sabre career. And they've only tracked this since 2009, by the way, just some context. Okay. Since 2009, Tuck, who's been with the Sabres since 2021, has 24 tipped goals.
Okay.
That is second in Sabre history. I mean, they've only been tracking it since 2009. So since 2009, it's second for the Sabres. 24. Can you give me the other 5 Sabres with at least 10?
Ooh, okay. Who played a lot in front of the net? Did
5
Vanek-
other Sabres with 10 or more.
Vanek tip in 10?
Vanek is not on this list, but I guarantee you he is number 1 in Sabre history.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is it just because it's from 2009, they didn't get enough of the first few years?
he might have scored 20 tipped goals in 2007 alone.
I know.
So I'm actually surprised he's not even still with only a couple of years
Yeah, that's interesting.
on here. But I don't have Vanek, no.
Okay, Reinhardt.
Reinhardt is the only player with more tipped goals than Tuck. He is 27.
All right, I feel great about getting him first then.
By the way, before we continue on this, do you think of Tuck as this type of guy? Because I really don't think of that first for him. Like Vanek, it comes to mind immediately. Like,
Right.
oh yeah, front of the net, tipping goals. Reinhardt, I think the same thing. Like he would have been my first guess too. Like 27 tipped goals is the most. That's not surprising.
No, Tuck to me is a shooter. Like he's a finisher and kind of
Right.
not necessarily a tip guy. Like I think of guys, like you just said, or Pavelski as that kind of player that like not great skaters typically, right? Vanek, Reinhardt, Pavelski, all not necessarily fleet of foot, and that is not Tuck. Tuck can move. So I think that's probably it. You think of Tuck flying around, you don't think of him sitting in front of the net.
Right.
But the size, the strength, it makes sense that he'd be good at it. So,
Yep.
But I definitely wouldn't think of that as his sort of specialty in any way.
But I mean, throw it on
kind
the
of
list.
is,
Like he's
yeah.
the most dangerous penalty kill forward in the league, and at least in the last 2 years, he's the best at tipping pucks in the league.
Right.
So
Okay.
Reinhardt, and then you also a hint here would be. You also want to think about guys who played a lot of games, even if they are not known for
Right.
this
Gergensons.
Gergensen.
Thank you.
Third with 16. I mean, you would have been here all day.
Yeah.
Gergensen,
Yeah.
16.
I would not have probably got there without that hint. I appreciate that.
He's third.
Okay. Connolly didn't play enough.
Not
Did
in
he?
that timeline. Nope.
Who's another guy? Was it Ennis?
No on Ennis.
Could have seen him with the
five,
hands.
5 for Ennis.
Okay. Another big sort of power forward they had that played a long time. Foligno?
Close.
Ooh.
8 for Foligno, I have.
Okay. This is a good question. I like this.
There is another player on the current roster that is
roster.
on this list.
Been here a long time. Not Tage. Tage doesn't tip pucks.
6 for Tage. Tage, funny, like I like looking at this now. We could play another game, like who has the most goals in each category.
Right.
Slap shots.
Oh.
Tage has 34 for
Right.
the Sabres. And since they were tracking this, no one else has. Oh, I guess there's Dahlin has 27.
Okay.
Like Eichel has 15.
Yeah.
Like nobody is near
even
Tage,
close.
except I guess Dahlin is. So.
Yeah. What about Zucker? Is Zucker in there?
Zucker
Yeah.
is on this list. He has 12 tipped goals. He has one earlier in the week.
Oh, yeah,
against
that's
Tampa.
right. That's right.
By the way, if you're ever looking at this page, there's tipped goals and then there's deflected goals.
Yep.
Which I didn't even. They probably have the definition somewhere in here. My guess would be tipped goal is with your stick. Deflected goal is it goes off like your body.
Yes, I would.
Right?
I would think that that's correct.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. What have I got? 2, 3
You got
more here?
3. So
All
you've
right.
got 2 left.
Give me is this recent?
I would say same thing. Like they're not really known as net front guys.
Just played a bunch.
Middle of the drought. Like not on the team
mid-drought.
anymore. Mid-drought. Mid to late. Like core important pieces. Yeah. Played a lot of games.
O'Reilly?
Nope.
That's stunning to me.
I bet if he played more, he'd be on this list.
That's probably right.
O'Reilly had 4. So
Opozo? Big
Opozo,
body?
yeah. He had 12 for the Sabres.
Okay.
Never scored on a slap shot.
That doesn't
Not for
surprise
the-
me.
Never scored on a slap shot with the Sabres.
Okay. One more guy.
Tuck only has 1 slap shot goal.
He doesn't really take one-timers. He likes to catch and shoot. Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Like he never really just hammers one. I don't know if I can even recall a time
that he took one.
Right. Like maybe like backdoor tap in one-timers, but not like in the play zone.
Well, here you go. Actually, that's on the same page here. He has taken 31 slap shots with the Sabres. That's fewer than Tage has goals on slap shots.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Same era for this guy, Opozo era?
Tage has 206 slap shots. Yeah. Played with him. Again, not really known as a tip guy, but skilled. Certainly skilled. In fact, I think he's the only player here, like your hockey triple-double, actually quadruple-double. I think he's the only Sabre that has 10 or more goals in every category here, which is... No, not Skinner.
Oh.
Wrist shots, snap shots, slap shots, backhands, tips, deflections. Well, he doesn't have deflections.
Right.
This player has at least 10 wrist shot goals, snap shot goals, slap shot goals, backhand goals, and tip goals.
Eichel?
Eichel.
Okay.
Eichel has 10. And he has at least 10 of everything.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's the only one. It's a quadruple double.
Good for Ikes.
Only one wraparound goal, though. I like this list a lot.
That's a really good...
Who is the Sabre leader all-time in wraparound goals?
Ooh. I have Pominville in my head. Is that crazy?
I don't have Pominville. You remember you're only really getting late... Well, you're getting a couple years.
Right.
Pominville and wraparounds.
I don't know why I had that in my head. Maybe he scored one that just is from my youth.
I think of Vanek on wraparound.
Yeah,
that.
Vanek.
I saw a goal highlight the other day where Vanek had the goalie in a maze. The goalie thought he was going around one way. He like slammed on the brakes, spun, and like tucked it in before he got back.
That is to me the smartest goal you can score because you know when the goalie's going to switch sides with his eyes. So good. Vanek was the best. Oh, I loved him.
You have Evander Kane with 4, and then Ennis. I think I would have got to Ennis. Just slippery.
Yeah. I could have got there probably too.
Moves the hips.
Yeah. Good at the mohawk, the 10-2 heel to heel sort of skating move where you're on your inside edge and kind of lean forward. He was good at that.
Who's the Sabres all-time leader, again, only since 2009, in backhand goals? Who scored on the backhand the most?
Backhand. Ooh. Yeah, I want to say Vanek for this too. But
Vanek I don't have anywhere on here. I don't know why.
Just didn't play long enough in that era, I guess.
Yeah, Vanek does feel like, though, is Vanek the most well-balanced goal scorer in Sabre? He scored on slap shots. He scored on snap shots. He scored deflecting it. He scored on wraparounds, breakaways. He scored every which way.
Yeah, that dude just knew how to score goals. Yeah, that I would say that he's probably the most complete. I mean, we've made a case for Tuck for this tip-in thing, plus he's shooting all the time.
But he doesn't take slap shots.
Doesn't take slap shots, right.
20 backhand goals for this player.
20
on
the backhand. Ennis?
No, he's close. He's third with 12.
Okay.
You're in the same realm-ish with, like, slippery, using your angles.
Derek Roy?
No,
not long enough.
No. You said his name earlier.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. In fact, I think his most famous goal with the Sabres would have been a backhand goal in overtime. No. Not Eichel.
Backhander in overtime.
Skinner.
Yeah, he was good on his backhand.
20 backhand goals for Skinner.
Yep. Goal scorer.
Reinhart was second with 17. And then Ennis was tied with Cody Hodgson with 12.
Whoa.
Backhand specialist, maybe?
I guess so.
Why was he scoring on the backhand so often?
Some guys are really good at it. Datsuk was that. Crosby scores a ton on the backhand.
Yeah.
Some guys can shoot it like they shoot on the forehand, like flex the stick and fire it.
Yeah.
Most guys just kind of shovel it, but there are some that really can do it.
I gave you Tage and Dahlin are your two leaders in slapshot goals. Who's the only other Sabre with 20 slapshot goals?
Ristolainen.
No, he's fifth. Close. Defenseman would be the right line of thinking.
It's tempting, but
because they take more.
But one-timers count as slapshot goals,
and
so you're gonna get.
That's gonna be this. They should have one-timer
as its own category.
As its own category.
I think they should too. Oh, Olofsson.
Olofsson.
Yes.
Good. 22.
That was a good one. I like that.
Now, you know the other way I want to find this? Who's a player that scored goals that never scored a goal like in a certain way? You know what I mean?
Like who sucked on their backhand and couldn't finish on the backhand, or who just couldn't shoot but was a finisher.
Exactly.
Benson, maybe.
Benson will never score on the slap shot. I want to bet. I want to bet he will never score on a slap shot. Maybe. You never know. Guys get better at that. Reinhart could not shoot when he showed up as a 19-year-old.
And now he can really fire it.
Yeah, he got to a point where he was a 50-goal guy. Poke goals?
Poke?
What do we think that is?
That's just like shoveling in a rebound?
There's only 2 in Sabre history since 2009.
It's got to be like one-handed shoves.
I don't know. Yeah, McLeod and Josh Dunn are the only 2.
Yeah, that is. It's got to be.
How about goal cradle?
Cradle?
What is that?
Like deking, finishing it in? Like just kind of like...
I don't know. It's on here. There's none. There's no Sabre has scored via cradle.
Cradle.
Which I don't know what that is.
I couldn't tell you.
Goal legs. That's probably between the legs, I would bet. Right?
Oh, I was thinking deflections with like off skates and stuff.
Where is the... Oh, yeah, here we go.
Legs.
Goal... Yeah, between the legs.
Ooh.
Between the legs goal.
Cradle is Michigan. Like lacrosse cradle.
Right. And
Shout out. Who said that in chat? Nick Metcalf in chat.
Good call, Nick. Yeah.
Food reviewer Nick Metcalf in chat.
Yeah, no Sabre has scored into Michigan yet.
No.
Between the legs goal,
Benson.
one of them, Benson, his first NHL goal. And then this must have happened this year, Josh Doan.
Yeah, power play. I remember it was one of his early in the year. It was a moment where you're like, whoa, look at this kid. This is pretty good.
All right.
It was before the contract.
And then finally, this category might be new because there's only ones from this year, but batted goals, batted
Out
in
of the air, yeah.
Zucker, Doan, and Benson are the only 3 with one there as well. All right, someone's getting out on the board with cradle.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a cradle goal.
Oh, Delta also called that out, that it was the Michigan. So
the Michigan.
Shout out the bullpen for helping me out on that one.
Tuck with 1 slap shot goal in his career.
That's a number.
Okposo, I mentioned Okposo at 0. But he wasn't really great here.
No.
Byram has never scored via slap shot. Snapshot he has.
Byram?
Yeah.
Byram scored on a one-timer on Ullmark earlier this year.
I guess they counted that as a snapshot.
That was a big wind-up. Maybe he got deflected on the way in.
Where do they set the cutoff?
Kind of a rainbow.
Where do they set the cutoff? The stick goes above your hip or above your shoulder? Guys, not everybody brings it above their shoulder.
No, hip. It's gotta be hip.
A Finneganov, just because I'm obsessed with him, I know this. His slap shot, his full wind-up only came up to his
waist.
elbow.
Yeah.
He would never bring his left arm would never bend. It was always straight. So for him, maybe it wasn't possible for a slap shot. Yeah, Byram they don't have as having one.
I think I got to look at that overtime winner in Ottawa that he scored, but maybe he got tipped. But that was a legit wind up, tickling the ceiling one timer, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. The only one, by the way, we didn't do is the one that has the most by far, which is wrist shot goals.
Oh, well,
which everybody has those.
Right.
Tage is number 1, Skinner 2, Eichel 3, Okposo 4, Tuck 4, excuse me. 803-0550 is the phone number. When we come back, the green carpet. Jeremy's not here, but that's not going to stop us. Jason Day's outrageous outfit. And there's a guy that's 7 over through 7, and I want to say it's purely because of what he's wearing. Going into this tournament, I don't know, what's the biggest storyline? Rory has his Masters. That was it for forever. The career Grand Slam, the drought he had without winning a major at all, and he gets it. He's kind of talked this week, hasn't he, about maybe not being as motivated as you've heard from him in the past, and that's understandable, but I don't know. Does Rory sound almost too far in that direction to you?
I think publicly saying what he said, it sounds like he's taken it a little bit too far. Now, does it necessarily mean that he's not focused or not ready to go or not doing what he would normally do on a Masters week? No, but normally you don't hear guys come in with kind of this more relaxed sort of approach to like, oh, whatever kind of happens from here is all bonus kind of thing. But maybe for him right now, I mean, that's maybe what he's just going through, telling himself, look, I'm going to take the pressure off myself as the defending champion of this event. Coming into this event last year and the years preceding him winning, he said he felt more pressure coming into the Masters than any other week, even though
Buckling
he was so
up takes
excited
less time than listening
for
to
it
this. No
get here.
excuses. A message
He
from
said
the
he definitely felt like his career wouldn't be complete without a Grand Slam. I mean, pretty amazing. I was, talking with Chopin Bullock about this yesterday. I'm like, this guy, I think, is the best European golfer of all time now, passing Nick Faldo, passing Seve Ballesteros, because he's got the career Grand Slam. But even before that, I mean, he has been as good as almost any European player in the Ryder Cup. He's won the other 3 majors, multiple majors. He's won a ton of just big-time PGA Tour events. And his world ranking has been as good as almost anybody minus Tiger Woods. So I think he's had an outstanding career. He's obviously a Hall of Famer, all that sort of stuff. But now that he's gotten the career Grand Slam, I've kind of wondered, would it free him up? Would he play more freely? And at times we've seen that he's played great. And then at other times it looks like maybe he seems, less focused, which is maybe kind of where you were going there with that comment. I don't know how he plays this week. This year has been a weird year for him. He's had a back injury, which made him not 100% at the Players' Championship, which has previously been the biggest tournament of the year. And we haven't seen him since. So he's been kind of, tough to read in terms of maybe what we're going to get from him this week.
Georgia, Georgia.
The Masters is underway. Augusta National in Georgia. And we've got a couple of 60-year-olds at the top of the leaderboard. It's early. Big guns aren't out on the course yet. We do have some outfits, though. Time for the green carpet. And, of course, the star of the show for the green carpet is going to be Jason Day and his outfits, which I think what happened last year with Jason Day was he was planning to wear some crazy sweater, and Augusta told him no.
Yeah.
Like, take it off.
Shut him down.
Take it off.
Yeah.
Or we'll take it off.
We'll take you off this course is what we'll do, Jason Day.
Now, this year, he's wearing what looks like it's either some cross between a fly fishing outfit and you're going bird watching.
It's bird centric.
There are a lot of big, and they're big.
Definitely.
Like usually
big
golf
birds.
attire, you have like really little symbols or emblems on it, and then that's spread throughout the whole. Like these are big, giant birds all over the thing.
How do you guys feel about the Melbourne stuff in general? I'm curious because I love it. And I get into a fist fight with my dad every time we talk about it because he's like, it's the worst thing you could ever do.
I don't think it's
awesome.
that. I would never try to pull it off myself. I feel like could give it a shot.
I kind of get into this realm to begin with, so it would not be as, far a venture for me, maybe. So that might be why I love it. But I think the bigger pants is huge. I mean, we talked yesterday to Keeler from Just Dishin', and they're doing the same. Like, wider leg pants are the move now. It's it looks better. You look better. I think. I'm looking at his whole lineup for the whole week, and I'm into it all. I like the bird stuff. I like his Sunday look a lot. Mm-hmm. There's a blue sort of suit jacket cardigan thing he's gonna rock with this pale yellow. Oh, it's gonna be good. I every time he goes out there, I love just about everything he wears. I really like it.
I don't hate the bird thing. I feel like I am looking at a nature exhibit a little bit, but
it's fair.
You definitely are.
Like that looks like I'm on a field trip in high school, and it's like here's all the bird families and everything. But I gotta say, I mean, make a statement. I guess it's not the worst thing he could have put on, right? Like,
what would have been? He's maybe tried that before.
I think they take it off.
The only ones I didn't love were when it's like the giant Melbourne logo.
I don't love the giant
marks.
script. Yeah, I don't love that either. That's a little bit much, but none of this is that. To me, this is all pretty tasteful. I like the simple M logo that they have too.
Yeah.
So I'm really into all the Melbourne stuff, so I may be a little biased in this department.
I do like it though.
He tees off a little bit later on. We only know what he's wearing because he teed off doing it. I'll call it a boring morning with the outfits. Now I'll say there's a reason for that, and you have a lot more of the past champion. I just mentioned a couple of them. Angel Cabrera is 56. Olathobel is 60. Vijay Singh is out on the course. Like, these are not the guys. These are not the guys to expect big things out of.
No.
Max Homa looks sharp. He's got the black quarter zip, white hat, light pants below it. That's a good combo. Putt Guider is out here with like...
That guy hammers the golf ball.
Yeah, he's out here with like a Masters green golf... No, it's not a hoodie. It's definitely a quarter zip. So... matching the course, I think, is always fine as long as you don't go too far with it.
Yeah, you don't want to go themed like you're a mascot.
Yeah, I forget who it was, but last year somebody wore like this color quarter zip and then wore the yellow pants and hat to like match the Masters colors.
Yeah.
No.
Too far.
It's a lot.
Potgeider, by the way, one of us. He's not very good at the short game.
No.
First hole, he's 5 feet off the green. Blades the chip 30 yards over the green.
Oh, no.
Which we have all done.
Yes.
But you don't often see that on the tour.
Yeah. Have you seen the hats available down there?
No. At Augusta?
Yeah.
No.
It kind of stinks. They like there's they had the pimento last year and everybody was kind of like, the big just letter block hat with the rope. It feels very not Masters to me, and now they've got one with peach, azalea, and there's a now driving one. Now driving.
Now driving?
Now driving.
What does that mean? You mean
like
you
on
mean
the
like
tee, now
like
driving
the guy
at the
that's
tee.
announcing it?
Yeah, but
Interesting.
timing wise, maybe not the best considering Tiger Woods' situation.
I didn't even think about that.
You know,
Okay, right.
They
I
put
guess I
these
didn't
out,
even-
and it was like
yeah.
3 days after that. I was like, dude,
Whoa.
now driving is maybe not the way to go here. And they just look like hats that you get, and no offense to the whatever general stores, but like it looks like a hat you're buying at Schmalixy. Like
Wally World.
Right. Yeah.
it just doesn't look good. If I'm going to the Masters and I'm looking at the hat selection, I'm not wanting to see a pimento hat that's orange. Like I want to have a very classy sort of hat, and it just doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of like pimento and all that, but
It's
I
great.
wouldn't wear that.
Fine,
I
but
don't
the
I don't
hat-
like it enough to wear it.
The hat is tough. Peach.
Yeah.
Good.
Doesn't
By
go
the
with
way,
a lot.
this morning with the ceremonial tee off, Jack Nicklaus
Oh yeah.
hooked his drive.
Snap hook.
And listen, he's 86, so the fact that he can just get up there and hit it at all, impressive. But snap hook off the tee, because he's 86, he's not putting the ball out there that far.
No.
So it dives left, and you see everybody in the crowd immediately duck because the ball's not going to go far enough to carry them.
No.
Or
no,
maybe
it's
it
not.
does, but barely. Like, it was really close.
Which
I didn't
immediately
hear him
was
yell 4 either.
No,
so I
it was-
don't know. Protocol was not
No.
followed. That's all I got.
That's a good question. Is he above 4?
I think in that scenario
I think
where
he
you're
is.
taking the ceremonial tee off, you forego 4.
Do you?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
they're above
everybody's
it. They're above it.
everybody's watching you. No, everybody's watching you. You are the
Yeah,
only guy
sure.
hitting a
Okay.
golf
Right.
ball on the entire course, and you're Jack Nicklaus.
Yeah.
There's no
and
need-
you're 86.
Yeah, there's no need to get anybody's attention.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody's watching you already because they know, this could go horribly awry.
Well, and if you get hit by a golf ball, to say you got hit by a golf ball from Jack Nicklaus opening tee shot from the Masters tournament.
Would you stand there and like you just
I'd let it
take
happen.
like Happy Gilmore in the batting cages?
Yeah, you'd want the welt and then tattoo that welt.
I think
afterwards.
you want the signed glove you get off of Jack Nicklaus after that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, take this.
Yeah.
Like.
My favorite
Right,
part
that's
of
right.
it,
If you get hit, you're probably getting something.
out of Jack.
Right.
That's pretty good.
And I'm not talking like suing him. I'm talking
No,
like, yeah, give me
he's
the
gonna give you a
the
ball.
glove. Give me the glove.
Yeah. My favorite part was watching it. I said that to Kelly. He's like, "Is there audio of that?" So I watched. No sound other than immediately after all the people stopped ducking. It just a very
Clap.
polite
Yeah.
smattering of applause.
I didn't know if we were gonna get
Yeah,
like,
right.
like
It was-
scared yells from the
No,
crowd.
no, it was
Like,
very respectful.
yeah, it was. Credit to everybody for holding it together for Jack there.
Yeah,
honestly.
Yesterday, by the way, also things that are happening this week at Augusta. At the par 3 contest, Jason Kelsey is there as a caddy, and I think I'm probably last to this party, but I've had enough of Jason Kelsey.
Oh yeah.
I'm enough.
Him and
Enough.
Not only him, but Pat
He's
McAfee
everywhere.
and
Oh, yeah.
Bert Kreischer, who's like the most infuriating.
Yeah, he did the
comedian.
opening day stuff for
I
the
can't-
Yankees-Giants game, and it was insufferable.
At
can't
least I'll say
stand
McAfee is usually places in like he's there for a show. Most places he's going.
Right. And they told him to take a hike when he tried to get the show at the Masters.
Right. Kelsey is just around. He's not doing it for content. He's not
Well, he
doing it
was-
for he's just there. He's just all these places just to show up.
I'm pretty sure he was like a reporter on the course.
Yeah,
yesterday.
he was.
Like he was doing like
He was a
coverage.
reporter? I thought he was
Yeah.
a caddy.
He was like a caddy reporter.
Right,
He had the
he was like-
ESPN mic while he was doing it.
Mic'd up with the
Okay,
players
clearly,
caddying.
Clearly, I
holes
was
for
only
them.
seeing clips. I didn't actually
Kevin
watch the
Hart
broadcast.
was also a caddy yesterday.
Right.
For DeChambeau.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
With his own clubs that he
Yeah.
forged.
Are we back to hating DeChambeau?
Did
Or did we ever leave?
Did we
Well,
ever stop
I didn't.
hating DeChambeau?
I was not hating him in the last couple of years. Just kind of in the middle.
Yeah, you know what?
Like he interests me because of the way he approaches the sport.
Yeah.
He got some good, I think, PR when what happened with the kid a couple of years ago where someone tried to steal the ball and he came over
Yeah.
to the guy that was trying to take it from, like, dude, that is not happening. Like,
Right. I remember
He's-
last year we might have had a conversation with Brian about like,
Yeah.
has he kind of mended his PR related?
I think he became a little bit more likable, but I feel like in the last year that's kind of gone back the other direction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Was it only because he was at Live and just kind of took a hike and nobody thought about him until the majors?
The only
every
time you
year?
see him is not when he's doing like his YouTube stuff.
Right. And you kind of go like, I can deal with 4 times a year looking at Bryson at the majors.
Yeah. Right.
And then he, goes and wears his stupid hats on Live in, Saudi Arabia.
Stupid crushers.
And you don't have to worry about him anymore.
Yeah. Right. I've had an issue with him since I put $100 on him to win the Masters last year. And he went from DeChambeau to DeChambeau's in less than 3 holes. It was bad.
He also had that yelling match at the Ryder Cup.
Right.
With someone's caddy. Was it Rose?
It's Rose, I think.
Rose's caddy?
And Rose is known as the nicest guy that's ever played golf.
What's his caddy known as? Do we know?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but that got contested. And him and Rory last year at the Masters was a thing. They got into it once or twice about who's up to putt.
Yeah.
He wanted to flip a tee for it.
Right, yeah. There was that story that Rory told about, he wanted to flip a tee to see who went first on 16 green. And Rory was like, dude, no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Get a guy up here or let me go.
And he wasn't really a factor at that point, DeChambeau, right?
He was just being
he fell out of it at that
point.
Being
DeChambeau.
Yeah.
I think I'm intrigued by his approach more than anything.
Sure.
But also watching him whack balls at full strength, full speed yesterday was a little really, dude.
I just can't stand watching him physically swing the club. It looks grotesque and annoying.
It's the opposite of what anyone would teach you in a way to swing.
Right.
Rose, by the way, Rose has gone from, to me, the most boring golfer in the world to I love him now.
Yeah.
Hearing about his approach, to his routine in a day during a golf tournament to stay fit enough to compete at 45 years old. The commitment that guy is making is out of this world.
Mm-hmm.
And he's still good. And all the European guys love him. I had zero opinion of Justin Rose for forever. His whole career, basically. And now it's all right, I like this guy.
This guy's classy.
Mm-hmm.
I like this. Yeah, he's
classy.
Fleetwood to me a little bit. I love Fleetwood and him both. I think they're both awesome.
Yeah.
Good to see Tony Finau didn't pop his ankle either at the par 3 contest this year.
Yeah,
so
that's
good.
Crazy.
The leaderboard at the moment, I believe, is still the old guys on top. Kurt Kitayama has joined the party. He's 1 under, 1 back. Extendo Sports when we come back, and we'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up on WGR. So last night, have they played a worse 40 minutes to start that game all year? They were winning 2-0, and even then feels a little lucky that they're winning 2-0. They were just turning the puck over at will. So I felt really down, this is not going to go well. They better come out with their hair on fire in the third period. I'm if I'm Lindy, I am throwing things in the locker room in that intermission. They are playing so sloppy and so careless. But, man, the flip switch theory, the idea that if you are a good team, that you know how to flip that switch back on whenever you feel the need to. They did it against Tampa the other night. And for a period, they did it last night because it was complete 180. As unimpressive as they were in the first 40 minutes, they were unbelievable in the third. They did not allow the Rangers a shot on goal at 5-on-5 in the third period.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they got a shot until they had pulled the goalie.
The third periods, the last two games, should give you the most confidence about their ability to do what they have to do to win at any time of year of anything you've seen this season, I think. It's crunch time, and like that ability to lock it down like that is massive in the playoffs, because that is you get a lead, and that is where you got to go. And that is the game you got to play. And if they get more and more reps and prove to themselves over and over again that they can do it, then they're going to have more and more confidence in those spots. And that's huge. So I loved seeing that last night. I thought they were super sloppy for the first period. I mean, there was a power giveaway. There was a Timmins giveaway, I believe, that were just...
Samuelson had a bad one.
Samuelson, just pizza deliveries right up the middle. UPL bailed them out a few times, and that was definitely frustrating. I thought they were buzzing offensively in the first. A pretty,
when they were in the zone.
Right. When they got it in the offensive zone, I thought they were flying around using their speed in that high cycle that we've talked so much about that brings them a lot of success. But they weren't clean. They were sloppy, and I'm sure that was driving Lindy nuts. So I am ready to give them a lot of props for doing what they did in the third period and just shutting it down. I mean, what were shots? 8-1 in the third? It was incredible. They for the second game in a row, showed that they are capable of ending a game, and that is huge.
So the Sabres are back in the playoffs. We know that. The drought is over. You could get our Let's Go Buffalo, the wait is over sign at Lenko and get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time every time. Speaking of the drought ending, Sal, you have a question about the drought?
I got a quick question for you. It is not about if you should put your dog poop from the bag in somebody else's garbage can, which has received the most responses I've ever had on Twitter, by the way.
I didn't even see this. That's
oh my God. It's over close to 500 in a day responses. You have to go see it. All right. So real quick, for bookkeeping purposes, I heard your trivia question earlier, and I was thinking about this. Do we count this year for drought stats, the regular season, or do we only go through last year?
Good question. It's a great question. I think I want to say you count everything between playoff games. So that would say yes.
So because do we count 2017 stats for Bill's drought year stats?
I think so.
Oh, man, good question, right?
It is a really good question. We should put a poll up because I'm on the fence on it too.
I'm tweeting about that now along with my dog poop question.
All right, we got to go. Sal's next on that. and more coming up on the Extra Point Show, coming up on WGR.
The Honda Spring event is here. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer for great deals on our entire lineup.